Testing, test. Hey, we're live. All right. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Smokesteve's International Pub. It is Saturday. So here we go. Still an hour early for the UK and Europe people, I think. So they may filter in a little later. Who knows? We'll see. Hi, Last Dance. Hello, George. Good to see you guys. Yeah, nice day here. Not raining, so it was good. Let me get rid of this. I'll be right back. 1 second. Much better. Sweatshirt fucking with me. Hey, Blind Fury. I am okay. Good, yeah. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Obviously, some sad news hit the rock and roll world today. The drummer for the Foo Fighters, I guess he was found dead yesterday in Bogota, Colombia. So, rest in peace, Taylor Hawkins. Sorry about his family. We don't know. No, I've heard certainly some rumors. He was 50. He had a great life, and it's a sad thing. Hey, Sammy Cat, how are you? Yeah, it was good to see you last night. It's been a while. It was a fun evening. Trying to wipe the screen off. I did something, so won't do that again. But yeah, sad end to that dude. I know he's had some issues in his life there, so interesting. Blind Fury. All right. Crazy. Yeah. There's a lot to be thinking about with regarding. Hey, look at that. It's Martin. I can show Martin real quick. I'll show him at some point. He was asking about the song Zombie by the Cranberries, and it's fairly easy chords. When I do a tune, I'll do a tune at some point here and show him the chords to that as well. But good evening, Martin. Welcome. Did I see a cup of tea? I see. Oh, I do. All right. Video's back. Yeah, I know. I switched it off probably right when you came on. I don't know what that's a reference to. Missed that one. But anyways, light up this bad boy. Hey, what's up, Tesla? Wow, look at that dude, huh? Burning the midnight oil, working at a 6 on a Saturday. Unreal. Well, get back at it. Make that money. Good luck, Tesla. Thanks for popping in. Stop by later on your coffee break if you want, man. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah. So a lot to cover tonight for sure. Some things going on with the Supreme Court. I think we're going to probably get into that. Clarence Thomas and some of the money. Exactly, Tesla. You got to make it, dude. Make it when you can. The Ukraine situation. Yeah, it was good yard work. It's fun work, though. Anyone who has a yard, I can recommend go to Lowe's now. They seem to be having clearance on some of the gas-operated hand tools from last year that were just the shelf display stuff. And I got a pretty powerful brush hog, I think you would call it. It's essentially like a weed whacker, but with a solid metal blade on the end instead of that plastic wire. So I got one for half price, and I busted it out today for the first time. Worked great, clearing out an area. I don't know we don't know what we want to do. We always say garden every year, garden, and we never fucking do it. Now it's time. We're getting the area clear. Maybe we'll do a couple raised beds and grow some food. I've always wanted to try to grow everything to make salsa. Then jar it up, put it in the fridge, and you could have it last, I don't know, a month or two. You wouldn't need much, just 5 or 6 ingredients, and bam, you have salsa. And our friend Sammy Cat gave us a nice food processor so we could make awesome stuff with that. Garden, yeah, now she's into the garden. Dose food shortage that Biden talk about worry you, Steve? Does the food shortage that Biden talks about? Yeah, it does. Yeah, the whole thing is a little unnerving, man. Tomatoes, chilies, onion, maybe a little cilantro, green pepper, I don't know, but definitely, yeah, jalapenos, tomato, onion, cilantro, sea salt, whatever else you want to throw in there. Yep. Foo Fighters. Yes, sir. I know what you're getting at, buddy. I got you covered. Total utter nutter. Welcome. Yeah, 50 years old, huh? Marty? Crazy. Yeah, that I don't know much about that the fertilizer thing, but yeah, I mean, it's a little scary. But if you think about it, essentially the crops are being grown with nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, all from various parts around the world, chemical fertilizers, and there's not much in the soil to fertilize those plants. So without them, you're kind of fucked. Hey, look who it is. It's Mr. Greg. How you doing, bro? Good to see you. He's the best piece of shit of all time? Biden? Maybe. Yeah, he was a damn solid drummer, dude. He had a lot of energy, and he could play some fairly complicated beats. Perfect. Never had any mistakes. In fact, he was almost as good of a drummer as Dave Grohl. And Dave Grohl, he's a fucking awesome drummer. Not, in my opinion, Dave Grohl, not a great singer. On guitar. Awesome drummer. Ooh. Maybe I'll put this baby down for a minute. No place to put the joint. Could do the tune now or later. He died. I think they're thinking it might have been drug related, but there's no real news exactly yet. Just a lot of rumors. So I'm not going to say particularly anything about it besides the rumors that I've heard, which as of now they're just rumors now. All right, George. And you guys know I'm not shy, but I don't have a great voice, but I'll do my best. All right. I'm going to have to kind of take a lull here to move the lyrics up the page a little as I go, but I'll try to pick the right spot. Hello, I've waited here for you ever long. Tonight, I throw myself into out of the red, out of her head she sang. Calm down, waste away with me, down with me. So how you wanted it to be? I'm over my head, out of her head she sang. Sorry. And I wonder, when I sing along with you, everything could ever be this real forever. If everything could ever be this real, the only thing I'll ever ask of you, gotta promise not to stop when I sing. She sang. Breathe out, so I could breathe with you. Hold you in. And now I know you've always been out of the head, out of my head, she sang. And I wonder, when I sing along with you, everything will ever be this real forever. Everything will ever be this real again. The only thing I ever think, all right, there it is. Whew. Well, I don't need the headphones yet. Thanks, man. Definitely gets the blood flowing. And I've just learned that song about 20 minutes ago, so apologize for the missed words and cracked voice, but whew, that was good. Definitely a rockin' tune, and that is probably my favorite song of theirs, Everlong. Rest in peace, Taylor. You get caught up with these dudes. Yeah, no kidding, Cup of Tea. Interesting. I think I do recall that. So there you go. You might say he got 21 bonus years after that, because he could have been dead in London in 2001. Didn't they find him in a hotel room just fucking out? Anyways. Interesting, Topple. Look at you. Suspected heart attack? No shit, huh? Johnny Depp lost his case against Amber Heard. Interesting. The doll had a cracked rib. Thanks, Martin. Appreciate it, brother. You'd have to fall on it, I guess, to crack a rib. Although, I don't know, maybe on a wicked reach, if you really were trying to extend, could you have some kind of a stress fracture from extending your rib cage, like on a reach? I don't know, or a dive. I don't know, man. I guess not. Cup of tea, huh? I guess not. I've heard various things, but one guy who was in the room, I think he was a cop, said he saw white powder. A white cocaine-like powder. I don't know. You would think that, I don't know. I don't want to go there. Oh, yeah, Martin. I wanted to show you real quick. Cranberries. E minor, C. So it's a C chord, Martin. You know a C chord. Take the C note off. So you're taking your pointer finger off of the first fret. So it's, and then G, but without the high G note, you make that an E. And then this chord would actually be called D over F sharp. So it's, so that's, let me move my middle finger. F sharp, A, D, G, D. So it's E minor, C add B, G add high E, D add F sharp. Very easy 4 chords. Here we go. Dolores, I know, huh? She had a really unusual voice. It wasn't until just a few years ago when I really started listening to the way she sang that she had a really cool voice. Claiborne, was that her name? Something Dolores Claire, I don't know, but yeah, I believe she drowned in a bathtub, heavily intoxicated. Linger. I don't know, Linger always kind of reminded me of something smells, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? I never really liked Linger. Hey, Welsh, what up? Yeah, she died in the bath. I know. Yeah, there you go. No problem, Martin. But they do have a couple of really, really, really killer tunes. Yeah, just another one lost, as they say. No kidding, huh? Is the guy the singer from the Pogues, Shane MacGowan, is he still alive? That guy, man, dude, drinks. Some of you Brits will probably know better than me or anyone with Google. I did see an interview with Shane MacGowan when he was drinking a bottle of Gordon's dry gin as they walked around what seemed to be a nice English pond or fishing pond or something like that, or fucking field or some shit. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the dude wasn't drinking water and just showing off there. Legendary alcoholic, yet he's still alive. Go figure. Keith Richards. There you go. Thanks, Cup. Oh, Reardon. Okay. Died making the bed. Sucks. I think he had 3 kids. That's the ones that you really have to feel bad for. What's the quote from, was it Platoon? The dead only know one thing, that it is better to be alive. This is true. Christy, are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? How did Whitney die? I don't know what you're talking about, Blind Fury. Clarify. Hey, Mick Brown, how you doing? It's an interesting sentence, Mick Brown. Zappa needed right about now, high all over there, Wales. Shit, man. Zappa needed right about now. High all over there, Wales. Maybe I'm missing something there. That's a confusing one, bro. Krista McCall. She was killed by a very rich guy in his speedboat. He ran over her, decapitated her in front of her family. She was swimming. Hi, all over there, Wales. I get it. Okay. Okay. I get it. I'm with you. Zappa needed right now. Right about now. Hi, all over there. Hi, Mick. Yeah. So what happened with Christy McCall? The rumor is that the rich guy was driving the speedboat and it ran over her, and then he had one of his assistants say that he was behind the wheel so that the rich guy wouldn't be on the hook for a bunch of money in a lawsuit, which is entirely possible. Lee Howells, Whitney died in the bath. Interesting. And how you doing, Lee? Good to see you. Yeah, I understand you, Mick. You're all clear. All clear, good buddy. Yeah, George saying it's gorgeous down there in Florida. I bet you. Oof. can't beat that state, man. There's a reason why, I don't know, the people who shit on Florida, they need to go there with me. Because, dude, it's the Gulf side, sunsets, a couple of drinks on the beach for sunset. Cannot beat it. Fish tacos, it's killer, man. Just things that you don't have every day up here, you have every day down there. Tiki bars. Fucking tiki bar. You can't find one of those. I don't even know if there is one in Massachusetts, but they're everywhere down there. Well, yeah, the hurricanes, a couple days a year, it might be a little stressful. See, that's how it is. And I have a theory about weather. Some places you get year-round unstable weather, but without any generally murderous hell storms that come through. Sure, up here in New England, we lose power for 3 or 4 days. We might get 80, 90 mile an hour winds. Cooper is fabulous, Sammy. But it's year-round. We're always dealing with something up here. At least most of the season. Summer, we get it pretty easy, but we do get thunderstorms, minor tornadoes, blah, blah, blah. Other places, you might get, 11 months, like Florida, 11 and a half months of pretty damn good weather. But those couple of days when you're under a serious hurricane threat, that make up for the rest of the year, basically, is kind of how I look at it. In the Midwest, they got the fucking tornadoes coming through. And other than that, there's pretty nice weather in a lot of those places. But, you go out to California, of course, the weather is good, but the balance goes the other way because you have the forest fires. So there's every paradise has a little bit of shit, Yeah, Miami and Orlando, not the best parts of Florida, I will say, Cup. If you ever get a chance to go over to the Siesta Key area, over near Sarasota, I think that's a great area. Sanibel is very nice as well. But you just got to make sure there's no red tide. Red tide sucks. That's one way to look at it. No forest fires. Or like Trump said, just do a little raking. Rake that shit. No cushion the gun shop. Definitely not. Got to keep those two things separated. Gotta wipe this table down. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with La Jolla. Is that down south? You could put them as a candidate, possibly San Diego, for the best weather in the country year-round. I don't know. They don't have much to complain about down there. Do they? Pacific typhoons? Is that what they call them? Yeah, right. Over there, Welshie. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the storms here now with the losing power, I have the generator. It's a pain in the balls to fucking pull the thing out, set it up. But it beats not having power, for days and days on end. Not always something, though. Recently, I put away the generator for the year. You have to drain all the gas out, run it. The fucking gas tank's all rusted inside. Now, that's going to clog up the carburetor. It's always something. Why didn't they make the gas tank plastic is what I'm wondering. But what do I know? It's like so much work to get the thing prepped. And I've had it happen once when I needed to get it started and it wouldn't start. Luckily, I got a few tricks up my sleeve regarding the carburetor and the air filter. It's F sharp, yeah. F sharp. So it's a bastard of a chord. You're not even playing the whole chord. Some people use their thumb, Martin. but I don't like the thumb thing. This is probably the easiest way to play it. It's in a couple of other songs. It's a challenging chord to play. Yeah, I have to use a fuel filter, but I have to figure out a way to get it in the line before the fuel gets to the carburetor. So it's going to take a little bit of figuring out that to get some kind of an inline fuel filter. The Rolling Stones song, what's it called? Train in Vain. Uses that chord in it as well, Martin. I think that's called Train in Vain, isn't it? Train in Vain's a Clash song. I'm fucking up the name. Fucking up the rotation, homeboy. Everyone remember Grandmaster Flash? The Message? Kid Creole was one of the founding members of that band and of rappers. And he's up on murder one charges in New York City. Stabbed a guy to death a couple years ago. And the message was, don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Sometimes it makes me wonder what keep me from going under. That was Grandmaster Flash. And Melly Mel. There you go. Many people have stolen that beat. Ice Cube's got a real good song with that beat on it. Yeah, dude. Blind Fury. They're still pushing it over here, and they're pushing Moderna, is it, I believe, just did a bunch of tests with yeah, the D works fine, Martin. Totally, man. Doesn't add that low end feel that you get from the F sharp, but actually there's another way you can play it. It just occurred to me. You play the F sharp here on the fourth fret of the D string. Doesn't work as well because it's not deep enough, but play around with it, Martin. There you can work on a little of this too while you're at it, the using the oh no, not a fourth shot. No, they're trying to add a new age group. Is I guess is more what I thought of. Is they're trying to make the shots available for 6 months old to 2 to 5 years. I think something like that. Did he bleed? If he bleeds, we can kill it. No kidding, huh? Cup of tea? Wouldn't have thought that. Grandmasters, that's funny. Yeah, they really were grandmasters. Chess players. I do actually like watching me some chess on YouTube. Can be fascinating stuff. it's tasty. Anyone know the movie I quoted? If it bleeds, we can kill it. It's, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. You know what I never liked about that song, Alan? He says, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself because shotgun bullets are bad for your health. Shotgun bullets, not really what you call them, but it's fine. Yeah, Predator, bingo, cup of tea. That's when they, you got it. Lee Howell's in second place there. That's when they cut down the forest, when they're all just firing their fucking automatic weapons in a line into the woods. Great scene. Dutch, yeah. That's Arnold. And fucking the governor of Minnesota was there too, right? Jesse Ventura. Yep, sung over the message. You got that right, Alan. A couple of other actors. Their names escape me right now. The whole Predator concept, man. How cool was that? I didn't know it. I never was into the that level of science fiction reading, that the aliens from the Alien movies, books, whatever. No, yeah, the aliens were created by the Predators, and the Predators would inhabit like planets with them and then go there to kill the aliens, right? Predator 2 was all right. Not as good as the first, but it was good. Danny Glover, I believe. And it was cool seeing the Predator in the city. He killed the Jamaican crime lord. It was heavy. It was a cool movie. But then they went into the whole thing without the Black Ops, CIA guys, whatever. I don't remember that line from Deliverance, but remember it, like back to Predator, how the guys were tracking the Predator, and they had a history that they think that the Predators were showing up during times of war, conflict, all of that. Great movies. Was there? Okay, so AVP would have been the third one, I guess. Alien versus Predator. What's that about, Alan? Never heard of it. Nope, doesn't even ring a bell at all. Oh, another movie that we briefly discussed recently on the Discord was Crash from the early 2000s. I know some of you guys like that movie a lot. Probably some of you don't. Me, I thought it was a little heavy on on messaging, but entertaining nonetheless. Yeah, it was decent. I mean, it was a little heavy on the messaging, in my opinion. That's all. The way that they're trying to make you think. Weird. Never heard of it, Alan. She befriends the Predator? I had no idea. Never saw it. Halle Berry becomes friends. Oh, Jada Pinkett Smith. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Both attractive. Interesting. Never seen AVP. Yeah, George with the thumbs up into that movie. Pinko. All right, you guys know, as always, you're welcome to join in. Yeah, Halle Berry, I hear you, dude. Not bad. Aged well. Good looking woman. She's doing just fine. I don't really remember any of her movies. I don't really know why even she's famous. But she's there, so good enough, right? Interesting. Okay. So the predators do more than just want to kill. Kind of thought that was their whole deal. Predators get together and have like deep talks and stuff and like hang out, relax, or are they constantly just getting ready to not bad. Not bad, Last Dance. Not bad, I will say that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and throw this up here. And I put my pick. The pick is gone. There's one. Oh. Leprechaun in the Hood. Not bad. It's a classic. I can't say that I'm a big Leprechaun guy. Yeah, that makes a nice addition. Hey, all right, perfect. Bud Light box. Sponsored by Bud Light, Cosmo Kramer, Elmo, and lemonade. I like that drink. That looks good. Leprechaun in space. Not familiar. Oh, yeah, there's Cosmo. He's back there. And the dodgy fence. Yep, we stuck that in up there. Dodgy fence. Somewhere somebody bought that thing. It was listed on Amazon and it showed this beautiful privacy fence with these vines on it. And it's like this big. Fucking tiny. Hilarious. You have to check the dimensions on stuff like that when you buy it and literally get it, and it's this big, and it's supposed to like block you from your neighbor. All right, here we go. Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm on. How you doing, Steve?
Pretty good, thank you. How's life?
Oh, pretty good. I got some electrical problem here in the home, and
Oh no.
yeah,
What is it, real? If you want to give a brief description.
Well, things were working, and then I pushed a button on an electrical appliance, and everything went off. So I thought it was, just like a circuit breaker, but they're all fine.
Uh huh.
So I looked at the outlet, looked fine to me. So I'm kind of out. I'm done with my expertise.
Is there? Do you have any of the ground fault outlets with the reset on them?
Well, so the thing is, the outlet is not dead. That I was able to check
Do you
to
have a
see. It's like something. One of the wires is the hot wire or the neutral wire. Something's fucked up.
right? So
So
you might have an open neutral or an open ground or something where who knows?
yeah, What I'm worried is that somewhere one of the wires broke,
Hmm.
but not like the neutral wire. I don't know what the exact issue is, but I know it's beyond my expertise. So I'm going to have to
Hmm.
hire a electrician, and
So there's power at the outlet, but nothing will work on it.
that's right. So nothing goes on, but if you plug in one of those, I got
Plug
this
tester.
plug tester. It's got three lights,
Does it
and
test normally, or
was that
does
no?
it? So it shows you a default on the plug tester. There's like
Yeah, it says something like hot and neutral reversed, I think is what it's saying.
oh,
But they weren't reversed yesterday, so
right.
I don't know what happened, but something happened.
Hmm.
Um, so
Yeah, it'll be at least a couple hundred if you're lucky.
if I'm lucky, boy, I'd celebrate if that was
Yeah.
all it was.
I mean, maybe they can just hook up. They have the kind of advanced sniffer things that can go trace back into the line. But if they have to run a new line from the panel to the,
Yeah,
then who
God, I don't
knows,
want to think about it.
right?
Fuck it, rip the whole house apart.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry, man. It
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah.
Hey, do you have a dog now? Did I catch some rumblings
No,
of a
no.
dog?
My daughter has a dog, but she works full time, and so he's an old guy. He's 11, and
Uh,
he's a big dog. So 11 is getting to be
uh-huh.
up there in years for him. So she likes me to take care of him, give him company during the day. I'm retired, and he's a good guy, so I like to
Oh,
spend time with him. So I end up taking care of him a lot.
cool.
Um,
Yeah, why not, right?
yep,
You're retired, so
right. But
um,
it does get in the way of my Fridays because I like to listen to Gooner, and I have to return him Friday. I keep him overnight Thursday, sometimes even Wednesday, and then bring him back Friday evening.
I see.
It's in the middle of Gooner's show, so
That's where you have to go. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, he did a good one last night. It was fun.
It's always a good show with him.
And we did a raid. Were you there for the raid? And when he ended?
I was there for just the very beginning with Bogus Forehead.
Yeah, yeah. He was pretty good.
He is pretty good. I love his name though, Bogus
Yeah.
Forehead.
Yeah, pretty good. I liked that. I ended up watching that for a while, and I left Random Goon hanging on the Discord. We were going to do a live chat, but I totally shit the bed on that one, which I apologize for. Sorry, dude.
Mm.
But yeah, it was cool. It was a good show. Definitely want to get some more people there. Music people, like maybe Tesla next week. We can get him in on that.
Yeah.
He likes guitar and metal and stuff like that, so he'd probably be into it, I would think. Why the hell not? Something to do, right?
Yep.
And it's music related, and I wouldn't necessarily listen to some of the heavier stuff other than for that show, but I like it.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. It's not something I would normally listen to, but when I'm on the show, I'm very relaxed and I can really appreciate the music more. I'm not impatient like I would be like when I'm driving in a car,
Right.
and on the radio. And I find that I really like it. I'm starting to
Yeah.
enjoy some of this other stuff that they have on.
Definitely, man, for sure. What did you think initially when you heard about Taylor Hawkins?
I mean, he's 50. I assume he OD'd, especially
Okay.
because I knew of that 2001 incident. And,
Right.
I figured once you get a taste for something, you know, it's just something you kind of like it. I mean, I don't really. A lot of people like to, I don't know, judge other people for their drug choices, and
Sure.
all I say is, I wish don't harm yourself, but other than that, do what you want. And I'm sorry that it didn't. Sorry that, assuming that that's what killed him.
Right. One would certainly imagine that even if drugs weren't directly involved, they certainly would have had some degrading effects on his body, his organs, his heart,
Yeah.
So either directly or indirectly, I would say there's got to be some tie. I would be absolutely blown away if there wasn't, to be honest.
And I would think among those, I would bet it's some kind of an opioid
Okay.
was involved, because that always seems to be the one that people really have a hard time judging where that limit is.
Right, and kicking, they never can seem to.
Yeah.
Hunter S. Thompson did it for a really long time, I believe.
Yeah.
As well as Charlie Parker, the Bird, the saxophone player. He was a very long-term heroin addict. But who knows? Maybe when those guys were getting it, it was like the same junk every time, and there wasn't any inconsistency,
Right. It probably wasn't. I mean, I don't know, but it probably wasn't as dangerous. Probably wasn't as pure, because they're probably getting ripped off, getting low quality stuff, and as a side effect, it's kind of harder to OD. Maybe I don't really know
right.
But these days you can get all kinds of shit, and if you can add pills and fentanyl, and who knows, you could probably.
Right.
It's probably not as hard to kill yourself today as it accidentally as it was back in Hunter Thompson's day.
Right. Yeah, that fentanyl thing. I remember there was a news show. It might have been a YouTube only thing, or maybe was it like 60 Minutes, where they tracked the guy in China, and he was just this average dude who was exporting fentanyl illegally, and they had the documents, and he was just like making hundreds of thousands of dollars sending this overseas, but in turn it was killing so many people, because it's obviously manufactured over there, and it gets here somehow. And I mean, a pound of that stuff goes a really, really long way, like it's really, really fucking strong. And I guess, does it have a medical purpose?
What, fentanyl?
Yeah.
No, it does have medical purpose. It's a painkiller.
Just an extremely powerful one.
Extremely powerful painkiller. My wife tried it as one of her. It was just too intense. It would just put her to sleep, and she didn't. She decided she didn't want to use it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's very powerful.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess same as Oxycontin. It had its beneficial effects for people who really needed it, but obviously the euphoric side of it made it an addict's.
I thought the problem with Oxycontin was that it was designed for like a long-term relief, but the addicts were crushing it and snorting it.
Yeah.
Which
disgusting.
Which made it very dangerous.
Yeah, and they were cutting it a lot, so you're snorting a lot of fillers on some of those bigger pills. Ew, it's so gross.
Right.
I mean, you're like, I don't even know what most of the pill is. Probably
benzene.
Yeah, just random.
Who knows?
Inert powder, just
paint thinner. I don't know.
Jamming it into your nose like that's right. That snuff shit in the Midwest. That powdered tobacco that they snort, like
right.
Pack it into their nasal cavity.
Right.
Actually, I think there's a contest for that, for who can ram the most tobacco into their nose. It's like,
I'm sorry, you told me that. I mean, I'm not surprised. There's a contest for everything, right?
I mean, these are the same people that catch like 1,000 walleye and have the fish fry down at the down at the lodge every night or whatever. Okay. It's like the northern Midwesterners, like Minnesota folk. Some. Because I think
caught a couple walleye in my life.
Oh, have you?
I have, yeah.
Cool. I didn't know you were a fisherman.
Yeah, a long time ago when I was a young man.
Cool. No more. You don't No, you don't eat them. You don't catch them.
That's correct.
You don't want to fuck with their, peacefulness and rip them out of the water with the.
You know exactly what I'm. I don't have to say anything. You got it.
Now, yeah, I do feel bad on occasion. I killed a fish a couple years ago because I don't know why. We didn't want to keep it. It was a beautiful striped bass. It was bleeding everywhere.
Well, if it was bleeding, it was probably doomed then.
It was doomed, but I don't know why we didn't keep it. We're like, no, it might live. I threw it in. I'm like, that thing's fucking dead. But
Well, maybe a shark ate it, so it did.
It did go back into the bio.
Exactly.
Cycle.
Circle of life. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, what's up, Topp? Topp's back.
Damn. You must. Thanks, Double.
I think he's talking about Dippy.
Oh, okay.
Because
Dippy's 38, so if I'm 60, I don't feel bad at all.
Yeah, Topp's. I think I'm gonna guess he's 35.
I think he said he was 31.
No kidding, huh?
No, maybe it's 36.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He can clarify. I don't want to speculate. Wow,
He doesn't. He'd lie because he doesn't want to get doxxed. So whatever he says is probably not true.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't want to say anything else. I'm like, okay, maybe he doesn't want us talking about him. He's not here.
You know what would be really funny?
What's that?
If his name was really Greg Topple the whole time.
Right. He's talked about that. I just dropped a joint inside my shoe.
That's not how you're supposed to do it.
No. Yeah. All right, we're back. Best female swimmer is a man. Interesting.
Oh God, Leah Thomas.
No, the best female swimmer is not Leah Thomas. That's out the door. That person wants to dress like a woman and stuff. I really don't care. I think freedom as an American is do what you want, if your own clothes, with your own look, whatever. Who cares? But there's a biological difference when it comes to competition. Simple as that.
It is simple, and there's no way that this can last. This whole women trying to compete against men pretending to be women.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just can't last.
I know.
I think, unfortunately, Leah Thomas is getting so much shit that I don't think anybody will want to do that again, even if they have a mind to.
You think that?
Yeah, I mean, it's. Huh. I'd like to think that the reason this stops is because of rational discourse and people realizing it's a bad idea. I suspect it's just because so much abuse is being heaped on Leah Thomas that nobody will want to be the second version of Leah Thomas again.
I don't know about that, dude. I think there's a pretty good sized crowd of people that will do it for that. To get, maybe not for the personal exposure, but that they believe in this cause and they're going to do it. And
they want to be a martyr?
Yeah, martyr. Yeah, somewhat.
God, you're probably right. What a world.
I mean, there's a guy who beat the sisters, the black sisters who were tennis players, the Williams, right?
Williams, yeah. Venus and Serena.
About 20 years ago, he was ranked 203rd in the world, and he beat both of them flat out in 6 matches each. And this guy was known for being a heavy-duty partier, country club kid. He's just happened to be a fabulous tennis player. He by no means was one of these physical specimens of a tennis guys that you see out there who are just unbelievable speed getting across the court for shots. Like This wasn't one of those types of players, and he easily beat those 2 women. So, and that it's just going to happen, man, especially when you get into them. That's a very physical sport, obviously, but you get into even more like racing, running, you think about it,
there was some stat I saw once that says something like the average high school runner, male high school runner, is like better than the top female runner in the country.
Jesus.
It's
The time wise.
it's just biology, and I'm not a biologist.
Yeah. Thank you, Sammy, by the way. I saw that and we talked about it earlier, and I played a song of the Foos, but thank you. Like, think about softball. You get some big, huge guy who says he's a woman, and he's going to go in and just smash the ball out of the park every time he makes contact with it.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It's especially irritating because a lot of these sports have developed in the women's side into interesting competitive sports. Like women's softball is pretty awesome to watch. These are really good ball players. They've achieved a lot over the years, and
Yeah.
I hate to see Jose Canseco put on a dress and say that he's a women's softball player.
Yeah, I mean, I can throw a pretty good overhand pitch. If you ever tried to fast pitch a fucking softball the way they do it, they stop with the hand right at their head.
I have tried it. I just can't throw like that. I have to throw overhand.
It's very hard.
I don't know how they do it.
It's very hard. Yeah, it's cool. And the thing goes like a laser. It has very little, doesn't seem to have much curve to it, but maybe there's more going on there than I know.
Well, cool. There's not the distance is not that far. What is it, 50 some feet? It's not, it's not 60 feet 6 inches like it is in baseball. So there's not as much distance to cause the ball to curve over.
Right.
But they do throw breaking balls and definitely off-speed pitches, which is kind of cruel because it's such a short distance that I find it's amazing to see them be able to hit a changeup after hitting trying to hit a fastball.
Sure.
Yeah. It's competitive, and people should just leave it alone. Let the women play women's sports.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Hey, look who it is down here. Zombie.
What's
up, bro? How are you?
It looks like the same guy from the Backdoor Loads.
Yeah, same guy.
Hey, Martin, how you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
All right, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, man. Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Yeah, cool. How's life for you?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything's.
I've just been figuring it out.
Good. Yeah, pick that thing up.
I'm gonna stick with the D. I'm gonna stick with the D for now.
Sure. That works.
But that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, very good. Looking good. See you, man. Hope we have you back later, Tops. See you, buddy.
Have I put him off?
No, I don't know. Wow, yeah. No, I don't think so. Look who it is, Welshie down here.
So what?
Go ahead, buddy.
How are you guys? Are you well? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Getting excited for coming into a good part of the year. Things are getting warmer. Weather's getting better, This is the time I look forward to here. The fish are migrating up the coast. They're in Connecticut. They're going to be rounding Cape Cod, and they'll be right out off of my beaches in probably about 40 days. So, I track stuff like that because this is the time of year for,
So is that when you get your big uns, your real big?
Yeah, exactly. 3 to 4 feet.
Is it not breeding season, spring? Is it not?
It is. They breed down in the...
Well, Smokesteve's married, so...
the striped bass breed down in the Chesapeake, down in Maryland, and down off the Outer Banks, inside of North Carolina, that whole area. So they do that early spring. Then they start migrating up the coast, and there's various spots where they breed. The Hudson River, I think, in New York. Then they make their way up, and then they just basically feed up here off the coast. They eat for the whole summer, and then migrate south again in the fall. So, that's what we look forward to here. It's getting warmer.
We do have a year-round population of striped bass in the Chesapeake Bay that are
right.
Lots of fishermen go after them.
Sure.
Do you fish as well?
No, I don't do that anymore.
No.
Yourself, Martin?
I've never really got into it.
Never tried it?
Oh, I've tried it, but I've never got passionate about it. Like obviously you are, like you obviously love it, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, totally. Something to do.
Yeah.
Um, I don't, during the season, I never go to the ocean without a fishing pole. It's always with me. Um, that's just how I roll. It's the one time I don't bring it, there'll be fish jumping everywhere. It'll be a madhouse. So, I have to always, and that happened to me as a kid. That's where I learned, like, the beaches off of New England here can be really just loaded with fish, like everywhere. You can see them chasing bait, splashing on the surface, but you just always have to be prepared.
So we call it over here. We call it catch and release. Do you throw them back, or do you catch them to eat?
Most of the time, I throw them back. Almost always, yeah. It's very rare, and I haven't kept a fish in probably 10 years. So, yeah, very rare.
In 6 months' time, you might be catching them.
Yeah, it's true. Fill the freezer. Why not? Yeah, if it comes to that, it's food.
And you would know what to eat and what not to eat, whereas I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Some fish, I don't think they taste very nice, do they? So it's knowing which ones to catch and which ones not to catch, isn't it?
Definitely. But I mean, most people know that mackerel, does not taste good. I don't know. Maybe you like it. Mackerel is not the one you would go for. But that being said, if you're hard up for food, doesn't matter. As long as you don't choke on the bones, it's protein. You're getting food.
Fish is fish, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you foresee some sort of an issue coming up with food? Do you think that's going to happen? Yeah. Nostradamus.
What, because I've got my wizard's hat on?
Yeah. Nostradamus.
Yeah. I'll accept that.
I don't know. What do you think? There's definitely something weird coming up in the next year, I think.
I would say there's going to be limited shortages of things, but I think we're going to have plenty to get by and survive. You might not have the amount of selection of shit that you usually do, maybe, but I think they'll be able to keep it together somewhat,
Well, the way I look at it is like, I think we've got 10 McDonald's in my little small, it's called a city, but it's a small place that I live. I think we've got 10 McDonald's. If 2 of them shut down,
no big deal.
And that's not the end of the world, is it? Do you know what I mean? No, that's not going to affect anyone. That doesn't bother me. But if people literally can't eat from the supermarkets, that's different, isn't it?
Exactly.
I haven't heard any of these dire predictions. Maybe I'm not paying attention.
Really?
Really, I haven't heard it.
Honestly, there's a lot of talk over here about sort of shortages of food and stuff.
But caused by, what was it?
Fertilizer.
Fertilizer?
Yeah.
I've heard that. Yeah, I don't really know. But yeah.
You would think fertilizer would be fairly easy to produce. That one that they make that's the most popular is the one that they have made car bombs and shit out of all around the world. Ammonium nitrate.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's just basically 40% nitrogen. And
it's just not, it's nitrate, isn't it? Yeah.
Purely nitrogen. So, it cannot be that hard for a country like the United States to produce enough fertilizer to fertilize its crops, you would think, right?
I would assume that that's true, or a lot of other places in the world.
You know what? Another fertilizer, popular one, is called urea. Have you heard of that? Urea?
I have, yeah.
That's made from, do you know what?
Urine?
Urine, yeah. And that's pure nitrogen, basically.
There you go. Just pee on your crops and you're good.
Yeah,
Well, you can't imagine that there's ever going to be a shortage of that, can you?
You wouldn't think so, right?
No.
No.
I suppose the real issue is kind of supply chain, big global issues. It's disruption and things have to fill in and timing, and I guess that's what it's all about.
Right.
Hey, Welshman, how you doing?
Yeah, I got into these.
Good evening.
Hi, buddy.
All right.
I got into these YouTube videos of sardine reviews recently, like cans of
Really?
the sardines. Yeah, I actually bought a tin of sardines. They've been in the pantry for like 2 months. I can't get myself to open it. I'm like, they just don't look. Doesn't sound appetizing to me, but
There was, I don't know if you've ever watched Futurama, the cartoon.
yeah, I've seen it.
There's an episode where they found there are no sardines in the future, I think, and someone finds a tin of sardines from the year 2000, and this is the year 3000. So there, I don't know. Then there's a whole thing about the sardines, and anyway.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Welshman, sardine man.
Well, yeah, when you're talking about food shortages, Biden mentioned it in a speech the other day. Oh, creepy, sleepy mentioned it, food shortages.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to take everything he says with a grain of salt and maybe just even a couple grains of salt, because I don't know, he doesn't really think through what he says.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's things he's supposed to say that he doesn't say, and there's things he's not supposed to say that he does say.
I believe that's a very uncontroversial way of putting it.
Yeah, most of the time you would not have a president talking about food shortages because they want to keep the population calm and they don't want people to start hoarding food, thereby creating said food shortages. Fucking ridiculous, I mean.
Yeah. But we all know with Biden, when he starts going, when he starts going freehand and all that, and he's not getting told what to say, anything can come out of that mouth. Anything.
Yeah, many times. I mean, I'm talking not like a few times, very many times. Multiple occasions, people are trying to yell questions to him at the end of press conferences, especially when he's on location at a factory or at a town hall or wherever. And you'll see his handlers, or whatever you want to call them, like forcing him out of the room, yelling over orders.
And he sometimes he's interested. On the odd occasion, he's interested. And then he's like, no, Joe, we gotta go.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's interesting when he's not sure what he's saying himself.
Well, he called the Polish Prime Minister an ambassador to his face. It's like, oh god.
Just in the last day or two, here's a couple of the things he said. He spoke to some U.S. troops in Poland, and he said, you guys are getting ready to go into Ukraine.
I know.
Whoops.
It's nuts, isn't it?
So, of course, then when he's done, his handlers issue clarifications, and they walk it back. Exactly. Today, he apparently said, my God, Putin cannot remain in power. And, so people are what is he saying? We're going to overthrow Putin? So naturally, his handlers come and say, no, he wasn't saying that. He was actually saying something like, some other shit. It's...
And about 3 days ago last dance, he was asked this direct question when he was leaving a hall somewhere in Europe. And he was asked, is Putin a war criminal? And he went, no. And then he walked off about 20 foot. They pulled his shoulder. He came back. He said, yes. I was like, you can't make this shit up. Literally, a minute later, he went back to the woman who was pointed out to him. And then he went, yes, he is a war criminal. It's like, what's going on?
Right.
I mean, if Trump had literally, or any president had done 5-10% of what he does on a daily, there'd be. He was coughing and spluttering yesterday and moaning about the spicy pizza he has.
Yeah. Pepperoni.
But he was in official meetings. He's got all that spicy pizza I had. It's just coming back. It's coming back.
Yeah, pepperoni and jalapeno, probably not the best thing for, what is he, 78 now?
Yeah.
Seriously, though, that's an aggressive pizza, man. That old dude like that need a nap after, maybe.
He really does have much of his, liberal media really covering for him and
Yeah.
helping him out. And
I show clips to my dad that I see on YouTube, right, Last Dance, and they turn around, and my dad doesn't believe me half the time. I'm saying that was yesterday. That was just yesterday, Dad. Look,
Yeah.
that channel does videos every day. They do videos literally every day, and they get material every day.
Right. For Biden, you just look up like any one of hundreds of quotes of him out there, and he's like doubling back over things. Let me read one to you here.
You know the thing.
I think.
You know the thing. Sorry.
Welshman. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
I think you could apply that over here at the moment, couldn't you? Like every day, it's like some more. What's the latest madness that?
Oh yeah.
It's just. Yeah.
Well, here's an important difference, though. Our guy is the commander in chief of the second largest nuclear forces, in the world.
And the cunt doesn't know what day it is.
Exactly, and
he does for about 3 days of the week. The other 4.
If you're like an adversary like Russia or China, and he says
they're
something,
laughing.
and he says something that's kind of, do you ignore it? Do you just think that's old Joe, or do you take it seriously? It's worse than it.
Have you heard Joe Biden and his hairs standing on ends when the kids played with his hairs and his legs?
Yeah. That's a good one.
There's a cartoon. I can show you the link to that. Honest to God, it's the most weirdest, funniest cartoon ever. They've done a cartoon of his story. And his story doesn't make sense as well. He talks about some guy who got a biff on the nose and stuff. I called him outside for a fight. And you're like, wow. I get it.
Corn Pop, I think. Corn Pop was the...
Corn Pop, that's it. Yeah. Corn Pop.
And he says something. He said, "You wait a minute, Esther." And then he goes on to apologize and says, "Well, I felt bad that I called him Esther because I was calling him weak and I used a female name as an insult." I mean, give me a fucking break. Here's a good one for you, old Joe. This is an answer during an interview regarding the COVID response. I'm going to read it exactly word for word. There's during World War II, where Roosevelt came up with a thing that was totally different than the he called it the World War II. He had the war production board. That's it.
He finally figured out war production board after all that.
I think that's strong. I think that's just as good as I Have a Dream. I think that's up there, isn't
it? There you are.
I have whatchamacallit, that thing, where you're sleeping and then what's that called?
I think I had a thing.
Roosevelt had one of them too. What was it? Dream?
You know the thing.
Right thing. Okay.
I put it in the back chat if you want to play it. It's a hilarious cartoon because they do his audio on the backdrop.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that from a while back. So here we go. Sammy Cat saying that they found possibly marijuana, antidepressants, opioids, heroin, 10 different substances found, according to a tweet from a journalist in Colombia. So once again, not verified, but certainly, hey, look at this. I'm going to go ahead and add this guy. He's becoming a regular. Hey, look, Topple's back too. Join the party, buddy. It's Mr.
Hello, everybody.
Lee, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are all you?
All right.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Coming back.
That's all right. I was. You're talking about Mr. Sleepy Joe, and have you heard his latest gaffe in Poland today? which everybody in the
Which
White
one?
House is running around.
The one
Which
where he
one?
said,
Did you see him? Did you see him with the troops? And he says, "You're gonna. There's people. These women in Ukraine running around. They're trying to save their lives. You're gonna meet them soon." So the media were like, "Oh, hang on, are you going in?" And then they backtracked on that, and then he's turned around and said that Vladimir Putin has got to be removed from power. And now the White House have come out and said, "Oh, we're not saying regime change. He didn't mean it like that." So it's like everything. The White House is running around after him, clearing it up all the time. It's really
there's one more as well, Lee. We haven't been mentioned yet. Is where he said that the Ukrainians are going in front of those Russian tanks, and they're standing in front with a machine gun. And he mentioned standing in front with a machine gun, right? Which they're not. They're just standing in front of them, right? Because if they're a machine gun, they get shot, right? And then he says it's like Tiananmen Square squared. Squared. That's what he said. It was like a daddy joke. He's like, what? Okay.
Jesus.
It's not really funny. It's actually very dangerous because he could say something without realizing it that is taken as a real imminent threat.
Well, you know what, Last Dance?
I don't know.
Jumped on tonight. They've said, he's got to be careful what he's saying because.
I mean, he's stumbling around. Who says he won't stumble around into some nuclear issue and say something stupid?
Lee, what British media are speaking up and saying fucking sleepy is creepy and sleepy? Because no one is. Maybe talk radio, but you don't get it from ITV, BBC, or Sky.
No. It was. Maybe I shouldn't ban them all as one, but there was a Sky reporter that said he needs to be careful what he's saying.
Exactly.
Because talk like that could be taken the wrong way when he says President Vladimir Putin can't stay in power. Russia got back straight away and said the Russian people will decide who's in power, not the American president.
Come back.
Can you imagine Putin though, or the Chinese guy? What's his name now? Well, if say he makes a threat. Where he makes a threat, and they're not much. You speak to each other at a conference table and just have a good chuckle with the North Korean guy. You know what I mean? You just can't take him serious. I couldn't. Because he's not pressing the buttons and he's not directing it.
What worries me is we might think he's being stupid, or does he let the cat out the bag and they're thinking of going in, which would be catastrophic. I'm just sure it's just Joe being Joe. But I mean, the other thing was interesting, wasn't it? They said if he used chemical weapons, there will be a reaction, and then he wouldn't be drawn on what he would. NATO would get involved. He said there would be a reaction. I think they've had to go back on that as well because.
Well, the Americans aren't known for false flags, are they? So it wouldn't never be a false flag, would it?
I mean, I don't know. Like, are they? First of all, NATO isn't much. I mean, NATO. I don't think that's much of a threat personally to Putin. I don't think Putin sees that as. NATO were a waste of fucking space and money. In the last month, has regenerated sort of NATO and its purpose. It's not good.
I don't know. Maybe it's me. I think NATO are quite big and quite powerful, but I think they lost their.
They have had a purpose.
They should have. Once the Crimea was taken, they should have taken their opportunity then and rushed in. And there's no way he could have invaded. I think they were too weak. I think they were too weak.
Rushed in where?
Too weak.
Yeah, rushed in. What are you on about? Rushed in. What the fucking hell are you on about?
Oh, no. I think just
Lee, what are you talking about, Lee?
I think we should not have rushed in. I know what you're saying. It's by not doing that, we sort of have what.
Didn't Crimea vote to be Russian?
I don't really care if they did.
I think a lot of them did, didn't they? I think they were Russian speaking.
Well, yeah, Russian speakers.
So you want to steam into Crimea? You want to steam into Crimea when the majority of the population want to be Russian?
Oh God, no! Not into Crimea. Not into Crimea. Crimea. No, not at all. I just think NATO had a chance to put a red flag down and go, right, that if they want to be part, but you're not coming in and doing anything else, and made it absolutely clear to Putin that if he tried anything, there would be a big response. I think he would have backed off. But
what he's saying, based, is that when Russia went into Crimea, that NATO should have drawn a line and said, Ukraine will defend Ukraine. I think that just the opposite. I think we should have been very clear that we're not going to defend Ukraine, with military force. Now, all the other things, sanctions and all the other non-military things are fair game. But we have to have places that we're not willing to defend. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you know this, chaps, but Putin has said all hostile countries will have to pay for their gas with rubles.
yeah.
Huh.
And it hasn't been advertised in the UK hardly at all. It was in and out the news. It's like we don't want to know that. But
the other option, like you said last dance, and this has been my other, like the other side of the coin. The other opinion was don't arm them at all, unless innocent people will die. I think I said this a couple of weeks ago, because ultimately, what's going to happen is going to happen anyway, irrespective of how many missiles we're sending. He's going to get his own way in that country.
Lee, the first people who die are the citizens. They keep on dying in a war.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just the result of war.
Rewards. You're giving them false hope. You really are.
Let me add
I agree.
I'm just kind of.
Have you seen the scandal in this country as well with our chancellor?
No.
Let me bring in another guy real quick, and we'll continue right along that line. Mr. Vapes.
Hello. I was having audio issues. That's why I clicked off.
Biscuits. How you doing,
Hi
mate?
there.
Good to see you, Biscuit.
Great to see you.
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Very good.
So, man.
Good. You look good,
Yeah,
brother.
so our chancellor, Rishi Sunak, it's come to the attention that his wife is involved with an IT company. I think she's like part owner and does work for the Soviet Union. So he got caught like a cat in the headlights on the news because his response to that was, I'm here to answer questions for the government, not about my wife. But the reporter would not let it go, saying, well, how come your wife's involved in a business that's making Russia money, and yet you're putting sanctions on everybody, doing this, that, and the other? Oh, he was so embarrassed. It was brilliant. And I just thought,
her family is richer than the royal family. Her family are richer than the royal family.
Wow.
All right.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
He said something like we should disinvest from Russia. Russian companies. I think his wife owns like so many shares in a Russian venture.
Yeah, she's. I mean, it's crazy money. Her family are worth crazy money. He's worth a lot of money anyway by himself, but then he married into like more money than the royal family, which is a crazy thought.
Yeah, but you have to remember that he's got our best interests at heart.
Boris Johnson, right? Do you guys? What about the boozy thing? That was all over the news. His little booze parties. Is that still?
That's
old
news.
Buried now.
That's been kind of put to the side for now during the Ukraine crisis, hasn't it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So is COVID. One
I was
in
just
19.
going to say that's that COVID thing from yesterday.
Yeah. So what's funny in the UK is currently that 1 in 19 has got COVID in England. England have had no restrictions for months. Okay, in Scotland, it's 1 in 15. And the funny thing about it all is you can't go on a bus without a mask. You can't go into shops without a mask. So they've got restrictions. They've had these restrictions like all the way through. The funny thing is there's more infection rate in Scotland than there is in England.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear Fauci himself say, when we had these lockdowns, Anthony Fauci.
Have we seen him? Have we seen him? I haven't seen him for 6 weeks.
Is he one of those generals in NATO? I don't remember that name.
So when he was talking about the timeline of how it all went down, he said, we could see that the economy was tanking. We could see that people were hurting and that we couldn't maintain this lockdown indefinitely. I'm like, is he fucking serious? What the hell did they think was going to happen if you shut everything down? I mean, hello, dude, you know.
Yeah.
But what the fuck?
You didn't need to see it. You knew that's what's going to happen.
Right, exactly.
That's mad, because we've had the same. We had our guy who was our Fauci in this country, Whitty. He disappeared for about 3 months, like while all the information came out, and now he's come out and he's said, "Oh, it turns out that lockdowns were really bad for children." Yeah, no fucking shit, mate. Yeah, we were saying that 2 years ago.
Right.
That we were conspiracy theorists.
Yep.
You know,
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah.
my daughter's currently getting a therapy because of all the anxiety it's caused.
right?
That sucks. You see a kid smile, like, is there not much more of a pure, happy thing in life? Then you put the fucking mask over all of their smiles. I don't know. Maybe there's an argument for protecting the teachers if they're
It's
unhealthy.
child
I don't
abuse.
know.
It was always child abuse. It always looked like child abuse to me. And as far as I'm concerned, it was a disgrace that the parents, and I still see them out today. I've seen them out today now. It was like 18 degrees in Cardiff. It was a good spring day. And there was kids with masks with their parents. And it is absolutely fucking boils my piss.
Today.
I mean, for over a year, my daughter was off school, and she got used to living at home and not having to go anywhere. And she gets anxiety now just going anywhere else because she's not used to it anymore.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Sucks.
And that's up and down the country, all around the world. That's the sad thing.
Yeah.
Right. Is she going to see someone at the minute then, Biscuit?
The school's helping her out, giving her talking therapy and whatnot.
Cool. Good.
Well, in this country, the mask mandates have, like, overnight they disappeared. What happened here was that parents, no matter what their political party, were sick of it, and the Democrats did some polling, and they discovered that this was not playing well. And so overnight, they all said, "We've been doing this masking thing long enough.
Yeah.
Time to stop the masking."
So, they all got told that they were going to fucking tank in the midterms, didn't they?
Exactly. That's exactly what happened.
Well, I mean, you think about it. They give these kids these cheap fucking masks that sit right on their face. Right. They're breathing in and out of them. They're getting wet face. There's been, I know of 3 separate people wearing those cheap masks who've had infections, like from nose infection, skin infection, and like it's from these areas which produce a lot of warm, moist air aren't drying out as you exhale. It's just staying right there. So at the very least, you got to provide the masks that stay out off of the face.
No fucking masks. There was no proof masks worked.
I think
Stop fucking masks for kids.
The worst thing about masks was the fact that a lot of people were probably reusing them, and they were just building up more and more germs inside the mask.
I loved it when they put it on, and then they take it off and they put it in their pocket using their hand, and they'll push it in using their fingertips. And you're just thinking, okay, now my precautions was I washed my hands when I come in from. That was it. You know, I just religiously wash my hands when I come in from outside. Apart from that, I've done fucking none of it. And when you see how many times, you look at it logically, you see that they're touching that mask like multiple times, like maybe hundreds of times a day.
Right.
And their fingers are touching that mask. It's like, and then they're pushing it in and they're putting it on their nose. It's like, this is like surely the opposite effect.
Yeah,
That's true.
It's funny that because the younger generation as well. I mean, I feel so sorry for them. I mean, they've gone through all of that. My daughter went to a concert. It was last week in Manchester, and she came to me and said, "Is everything going to be okay if I go to this concert?" And I said, "Well, why do you say that?" She said, "Well, you know what happened at the I can't pronounce her name, Ari Grande concert,
yeah,
which was
a bombing, right?"
22.
And she said, "Do you think?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Listen, go and enjoy yourself. Don't think about things like that." I said, "Chances of that happening again are so." So anyway, she went off to see it was the stereo. So yeah, but I just think, God, they've got that in their heads. They've got COVID in their heads. Just robbing their childhood.
Yeah,
Right.
totally. Yeah, as if terrorist threats legitimate too, because it's happened. If that isn't enough,
yeah, exactly,
Jesus
Steve.
Christ,
The problem you've got there, Steve, is when Lee says nothing against what you're saying, because you should say what you said that to your daughter, which is to say that the odds of that happening is so minute. The odds of that happening now is more prominent now than when it happened fucking 5 years ago, right? 2017, 5 years ago. Right, May the 17th, I think. May the 23rd, 2017. That happened because that's what got me into being an activist. That terrorist attack. That's what got me into like being active and like doxing my end up. All the shit that comes with it.
Why do you think the danger is more now?
Because last year in the UK. We had 28,000 illegal immigrants going through Dover, right? And out of that 28,000, we're housing them all now because they've claimed asylum in the UK. They've travelled like through 6 countries, 7 countries, or 8 countries, 9 countries, and they've come to the UK. And we don't know their names.
Nice one, Tom.
That was perfect. Indeed.
Well, I missed that. But the
Topp said that we're still talking about COVID, so Amy hadn't missed much.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, they give false IDs. They literally give. We don't know who's coming in the country. We have no idea because they throw their IDs away. They don't want their ID being. There's multiple footage of TikTok videos of them throwing their fucking. All their identification, and you can see the White Cliffs of Dover in front of them, and they're just throwing it all overboard. And we don't know who's coming here. I mean, that Samuel Ubaidi, who was the Manchester bomber, we picked him up in the Mediterranean, and a Royal Navy vessel picked him up.
So you delivered your own terrorist. You brought him right into the country and let him go.
Did you see Welshman that last week? I think it was either Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday because the weather's got really good the last few days. It was 467 people made it across the channel to the coast of the UK. But there was another 450 odd that had been stopped by the French authorities. But you 78,000, 20,000, and we're in March, coming to the end of March. So last year's figures are going to be beaten. And I do get a bit annoyed with the media that they hunt out these women holding babies wrapped up in blankets. And yet, if you can just pan the camera to the left or the right, the majority of them are all young males.
Lee,
the media love it because they go, Lee,
I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I went down to Dover in 2019 and filmed this. Now, I would watch mainstream media. I would be standing next to mainstream media, right? I would be streaming, and they're going for their shots. And they will literally zoom in, right? You could watch them from behind. They'll zoom in, and they're literally just looking for the woman and child. And like I said, the stats don't lie. I think it's 88% of the people coming are men under the age of like 35, right?
Compare this to the Ukraine.
It's completely different. And the thing is, I've had arguments with lefties saying that Britain should do more. The majority of Ukrainians don't want to come to Britain. They only come into Britain, a lot of them, because they got family in Britain. A lot of them don't want to stay. They want to go back home eventually. So, by just moving them halfway across fucking Europe, and for them to forget their homeland, that's far from it. And there was a case in somewhere in Europe. I'm gonna have to think about it. I think it was Sweden, where they were in a hostel, and a load of men were trying to get into their big place, right? And the Ukrainian women were so petrified it happened like over 2 nights, that they want to go back to Ukraine.
Safer there,
Yeah.
they think.
That's what they've done. Honestly, this is the news story that these men in Sweden were trying to get into their compound, and it was really serious. Like, and that's the statement that was, we want to go home.
Yeah, but you have the same problems with the Mexicans, aren't you? I mean, the borders, from what we gather, we're told.
Fucking hell, yeah.
I don't know. It's different. That's a whole other subject.
Yeah, I mean,
let me add someone in here. He can clarify it all for us, Mr. Aphidlip.
Hey,
there we go.
What's
Professor
going on?
Aphidlip to the rest
What's
of us.
going on, guys?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, Aphidlip, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Alt
It's good to
feed
see
liberal
all you guys.
Number 314.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if you're going to use your last name this week or pass that along to me.
I waited till that joke was well beyond funny, and then I stopped it.
So what's happening here? You guys got anything good going on?
We were just talking about the usual stuff.
Me?
The U.S. border. The U.S. border, Aphid.
Oh yeah, that's a whole train wreck down there, isn't it? I mean, they're just piling in. It's like what's that movie, World War Z or whatever, where all the zombies are just coming over the wall. That's what it looks like down there.
That's exactly right.
What are they entitled to though? Because like here, well, the reason we get so upset is that they go into a holding compound, then they're sorted out in a hotel, and then they're sorted out with housing and schooling and everything else. I mean, do the Mexicans get that right, or I mean, how do they survive once they get across?
Most of them, the goal is to not get caught and to make it into the U.S. and not be seen by authorities.
Right.
And
there's two ways to do it. There's that
no
way, or
there's to look after them.
There's applying for asylum too, which is another option.
Yeah, but how many people do that versus how many just come in and they have their networks where they know that.
Oh yeah, they move them, don't they? They move them up the country.
Well, it's not so much that, but they know friends.
They've got to be housed. I mean, what are they?
They got safe houses. They got proper safe houses, and they like loads. They're like, basically like B&Bs. They stop over for 24, 48 hours. They get the next connection up. Like, that's what I've seen.
Frankly, if there's a need for employees, they would seem logically like a possible good crop of people, because I've worked with some South American Mexican guys. They're all good guys, all hard workers, all pleasant to be around.
We're not about the good guys. We're not about the good guys. We're not about the bad guys.
Give temporary visas at least for what's it called? When
seasonal workers,
like harvest season, when you got to toll the fields.
I mean, there are a lot of those as well. There's people come into the country in legal and illegal ways in massive numbers.
The worst thing about it all, it takes years to go through the legal process, like it does in America, and I think it's wrong. Same in America, it's the same in the UK. If someone arrives on a dinghy in the UK, as far as I'm concerned, we've got nowhere to stick them now. We've been sticking them in hotels for 18 months. And it's only because of Kung Flu that we've managed to have that stopgap of the hotels. And the hotels are really happy because we pay them 3 times what they ask for the room, and we book the whole fucking hotel. Whether there's 10 asylum seekers in there, illegals, or fucking, in my case, just down the road, there's 150 in the hotel. So yeah, I believe that if they arrive illegally, they should end up on a cruise ship, on a decommissioned cruise ship. They don't arrive on if they don't get on British soil. They get processed on an old cruise ship that now decommissioned or whatever. Take it out,
There's plenty of them. There's plenty of them P&O cruise ships going around.
Well, there's 75 cruise ships that aren't being used because of Kung Flu, docked on British waters. So there's plenty of places we can stick them. We can stick them on these cruise ships where we can keep the British public safe, and we process them and stick them in the back of the queue. We stick the people who apply properly through the correct channels at the front of the queue. These people cannot beat the queue, and it should be the same in America.
That sounds like the perfect way to sanction P&O.
Well, they're a fucking joke.
What? Yeah, that's funny. This dude just said the same fucking thing right when you said it. I don't even know what P&O is, but
Basically, they just sacked 500 staff. Were it
800.
800 staff for nothing.
This is a
they
ship-
just wanted to
this is
get
a
cheaper
shipping company.
staff.
Yeah.
So basically, they've got European staff, and they're paying the European staff as little as £2.30 an hour, where they've got to pay British staff. What's the minimum wage in Britain? £8.80 or something?
Eight, 9 quid an hour.
What they've done is they've blatantly broken British
employment law.
You can't just sack a load of people and then employ a load of other people to do the same
But
job.
I believe they're going through Jersey law.
But it's
What do the letters
It's
mean?
maritime law.
It's
maritime law, and the maritime law.
I think that's why they can get around it. It's maritime.
But because the employees are British, aren't they protected by British law?
You might be right.
No,
I don't
because
know.
maritime law.
It's
Maritime law.
It's a mad situation, but obviously they know what they're doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it.
That's why Boris is going to take legal action.
Fucked them off, which is fucking a disgrace. You know,
that's terrible.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard about that. That's nuts. I'm just gonna step away for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Get a drink.
So Pacific and Orient is a private company that runs ferries.
Yeah, but they've also been bailed out many a time by the government as well.
100 million during the Kung flu they had.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, to keep their staff, we gave them loads of money so that they didn't go under.
Yeah, 100 million, I think it was. The figure I was told.
And as soon as furlough was over, get rid of the staff. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Employ some cheaper staff.
And the funny thing was, they weren't even told until the day. So none of them knew. But some of them knew there was something happening the next day. There was going to be an announcement, but they knew what the announcement were. That was just like the managers. So like the normal Joes, the normal normies, they just turned up for work the next day, and they all went on a Zoom call in like the big conference room, and they were told that they've got to leave by the end of the shift. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people were in tears. You can imagine, can't you? You just turn up for work,
yeah,
and all of a sudden,
I mean, how many of those people were relying on that job for mortgages?
Well, the funny thing was, people were saying there's husbands and wives in that. And of course, that if you're a husband and wife, that means there's 2 jobs down, not even 1.
Yeah.
Don't worry though, Russman, because they'll get looked after by the English government, just like we do with the immigrants. They'll be all right. Yeah, right.
Sorry, Lee. Sorry, mate. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, go on. No, I finished. There is. Go on.
No,
take a quick break.
All I was going to say was, so the question is, how do P&O get away with it?
Well, hopefully they don't, do they?
Well, because they're more powerful. They're more powerful because they're such a big company.
Well, they've planned it. Whatever they've done, I was told they're using Jersey law. I don't know about maritime law. I think they've gone away from the British employment law. I think they've gone away from the British controlling. They've done it, so I think they've got away with it. Yeah, but morally, they're pieces of shit.
That in itself tells you that they are more. If they're able to get round of our laws, then they're more powerful than us as a country.
Well, don't forget though. I mean, it was raised in question time in Parliament, and Boris Johnson says he's going to take legal action against them. But the thing is, it's all very well doing that, but it's going to take time. Like Welshman said, these things will take time, and these guys are out of job in the meantime. So
there is a silver lining that there's plenty of work out there at the moment.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, let's go. Before I add in our next feller, have a quick chat with my buddy Aphid. How you been? Did I miss anything? Did you talk?
No, I was, just sitting here absorbing it all in.
Come on, Aphid, what you got? Come on, talk to me.
You look good tonight. I mean, did you just come from, a gig where you covered some 80s hair bands or something?
Come on. You balls, get to that.
Hopefully you got tipped well. I would have.
Yeah. The one band that came to mind was Great White, but that's that band that happened to be hosting the show that 100 people got burned to death at.
Background again, Aphid. Yeah.
Shit.
What's that?
Oh,
What's that? What's that?
Pink background again, yeah.
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 Good old background there, buddy.
I don't know. I missed it. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I'm doing good. Hopefully, you guys are all doing well. It's always good to see you guys on a Saturday night. Hopefully, everyone's enjoying themselves tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
I just got back from a Mexican restaurant.
No kidding, huh? Those horrible Mexicans.
Yeah. They
Taco
must
Bell?
have jumped over that border down there and made their way up here.
Did you have one of those Joe Biden pizzas?
I had, I don't know.
Mexico.
Yeah,
It was
I gotta
some
know.
type of burrito. I can't pronounce.
I'm
the
just
You
name.
had a burrito.
Pork.
Like,
I'm picturing you as George Clooney in Dusk Till Dawn now.
Oh yeah, he was pretty
You know,
badass
when
in
it all
there.
kicks off and it's like,
Right,
Wow.
right. Taking all those Mexicans out.
right when he entered
No,
the
they-
place.
They're
It's
real
on my
authentic.
head.
They're real authentic when you go in there. They have to refer to you as amigo every time they say something to you. So it makes the food that much
That's so
better.
American. That's so American. That is. It's fucking, you know.
Every time they say something to you, amigo, how's everything, amigo?
Kind of reminds me of that movie Office Space, right? Jennifer Aniston's character had to have like 30
Flair.
pieces of flair on
She had to have the flair.
happy birthday that all the wait staff has to sing and shit. Oh my god. Yeah.
It was
cool.
good.
So
It was good. I had a margarita. It was good.
margarita and a burrito. That's a solid order. You know, you can't beat that.
It had that white melted cheese poured all over the top. It's almost
over
like
the top. Oh.
It's almost like soup. It's like
So
real
it's not-
thin.
So it's not a burrito you can pick up. This is a knife and fork burrito.
Oh yeah, definitely. It had sour cream, guacamole, and shredded lettuce sprinkled over it, and then it had
Okay.
that cheese poured over the top. That cheese is like crack.
Yeah, that's like pico de gallo or something.
I don't know
It is.
what it is because I've never made it and I've never seen a recipe for it. It's just real thin, kind of white-ish type
I
cheese
think
sauce.
it's a type of cheddar.
Cheese sauce.
Just white cheddar? Well, cheddar is
I don't
only
know.
yellow because they put dye
You
in it.
don't get cheddar in America.
Oh, yeah, we
Not
do.
proper cheddar. Come on. I've seen where you get in America.
We have, you know,
It gets 2 bits of clear plastic in between a sheet of it, whatever it is.
not always. Not always. We buy, you know, the Cabot. Cabot makes a good serious.
A good cheddar should just like collapse on you. Like, you know, you shouldn't be able to grate it successfully. It should just like sort of eventually fall apart while you're grating it.
I've never had cheddar. Mind you, actually, here you do. Cathedral City crumbled a bit.
Great cheese unsuccessfully.
Well, it depends what you're grating in it. If it's rubber,
Mrs. Lip says it was queso is what it was.
Okay, queso. Yeah, that sounds
Apart
right.
from mozzarella and Wensleydale,
Is it
I like
queso
it. I
just
like
the
a bit- I
Spanish
like it.
word for cheese?
I like a
It
bit of
could
red
be.
Leicester.
It could be.
I love how we were fixing the world's geopolitical problems 10 minutes ago, and now Aphid's turned up and we're
Well,
talking about cheese.
I had, it's a little too highbrow in here. I had to loosen
There
things
is-
up.
so
Go
any
with the
news
cheap
on the
beer.
any news on the Foo Fighter drummer? What did you say he was found with loads of drugs on him? Did you say all in his system?
Yep, but he died of carpal tunnel syndrome from the drumming.
Oh, too soon.
I heard he died from too much exhaustion making the bed.
Uh,
Well,
Yeah.
we've had that on the Daily Mail recently. Making the bed can give you a heart attack.
oh, come
I
on.
was saying. Yeah. But that's a true story. Making the bed. I was like, well, never heard of that one before, but these new ones are coming out these days.
I'm
Yeah.
shocked that he would have drugs in his system.
It is amazing.
The sarcasm is visible.
I mean, what's his name? Dave Grohl. His bandmates don't have a good track record, do they?
No, man.
They have good track marks, but not track records.
I seen a tweet earlier on where they had Nirvana, what's his fucking name, and
Kurt Cobain.
sorry, I just had a mental block, and his drummer, and there were like 2 mirrored photos with this is deceased on the right of him. He had the same smile Dave Grohl did. It was like, oh, fucking hell. Yeah.
Jeez, that's crazy.
The kiss of death. I just saw him on Hot Ones a couple weeks ago, actually.
Okay.
That's a
Taylor
good
or
show.
Dave Grohl?
It wasn't Kurt Cobain. No,
No,
it
no, I
was
thought
it was
you might have meant
it was
Taylor.
Dave Grohl, but he was like pounding the hard. They were doing. He thought every time they would do a wing, they would do shots, and he would do his spin on their show, you know, and he was doing like 2 or 3 in between each wing, and I couldn't believe they were still, you know, and it didn't seem to really faze Dave Grohl that much. So I figured, you know, he must still be partying it up.
He partied.
Steve.
Yeah.
So what drugs were found in his system? Can you tell me again?
I didn't hear what was found in his system.
I saw something. It was pretty much everything.
I don't think. I don't think.
He'd been rolling them Jeffries.
I think it'd be easier to list what they
chasing
did.
the jargon. Yeah.
Oh, we're
I know
talking about
heroin.
he just died yesterday. They wouldn't have toxicology.
No, it wasn't. I think it was what they found in his room. It was
in his room.
yeah.
They found
I think
stuff.
so. It
Yeah,
was
yeah, I've heard
marijuana
that.
and heroin. I know was 2 of the things I saw.
Right.
Well, we all know what killed him. If there was 2 things, it was marijuana and heroin.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
That's right.
Wasn't the weed.
Never mix the two, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. Oh,
But
things are.
if he tested positive 27 days ago for COVID, do you reckon he would go down as a COVID?
Yeah.
Maybe in some
100%.
places. Hey, is that roll? Do you have some kind of a giant fucking rolling paper there, Welshie, or are you attaching multiple rolling papers together?
So I put 2 together there.
Right. That's
So-
pretty
You transfer the gum of another paper to attach them.
Yeah. So 3 in total.
Yeah.
But two king size wide.
You're making me feel very
Inadequate.
unmasculine, man.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to think. He's only compensating for a lack of something that elsewhere.
I mean, that's pretty cool though. The way you get it nice and tidy and tight like that.
I do that freehand as well. I'll show you in a minute.
That's cool, man.
I used to use one of those bamboo mats to make mine.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I remember those. You rolled it in the thing.
Yeah.
Put the paper in,
It's like a grass mat thing.
and it came
Good.
out
Yeah.
slick every time. Pretty damn
Yeah,
tight.
it's if anything, it's like too tight.
Some of them. See, my buddy
Yeah.
had a couple of those. He had one where you put the paper on one side and you like put this handle over and the thing popped out the end. It would come out as hard as a fucking like a blade.
Yeah.
It was like way too tight.
No.
Now the
Yeah,
kind that have the 2 rollers like right against each other, if you do it just right, you could get those pretty.
No, I like using it. It was just a flat like grass mat, and it was like
yeah, I know this. I know them.
it was like sturdy lengthways, but it like you could fold it over really easy other way.
Like
I-
a sushi thing.
You roll inside it.
Yeah.
It's like a cheap
sushi
window
roll.
blind. It's like a cheap small
Yeah,
window
yeah.
blind.
I get it. Cool.
Did you guys want to hear about what they found in his room?
Yeah, go on.
Sure, give it
Okay,
to us.
Colombia authorities found marijuana, antidepressants, opioids, heroin, and at least 10 different substances.
Wow.
Now that's a
So
tweet
two-
from a reporter, so
Right.
still unverified.
Well, this was from Luke.
No, my turn. Right.
Okay.
If they found it in his room, that doesn't fucking prove fuck all, does it?
Not till they
Well,
get the toxicology report.
No,
Doesn't
no, but
it doesn't
I'm
prove
not.
that anything.
Well, it proves he had two opiates in his room with eight with at least 8 other drugs.
In his room.
I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt and think that
Yeah,
somebody
exactly.
that
That's-
slept in
that's
that
the point.
nice
That's the
hotel
point.
room before he got there
Until it's
probably left it.
proved that he had that stuff in his system, then no one should be judging him for what he did or didn't do. Like,
I wonder what the Vegas odds would be that, you know,
What's the news on
he
the
died
jab
of
as
an
well?
overdose, or
well,
we should give him the benefit of
is
the
it-
doubt.
No.
Kung Flu. Kung
Hey,
Flu.
look who it
Would it be-
is.
would it be beyond the realms of possibility that the police might have placed those things in his
Oh, come on.
I mean, it's not.
I don't know what the reason would be for a start.
No, I don't
He's a drummer at the end of the day. He's a fucking drummer.
Well, I mean, it would make a seemingly simple situation.
Exactly. He was a drummer. He wasn't clever enough to know how to buy drugs.
Oh, yeah, you're playing the part over there, huh? You're playing the part. Yeah. That dude knew. He's probably had more connections than you can imagine, as I'm sure you know, but international rock
and he's
star
in
like
Colombia as well. I'm sure there were plenty of people offering him everything.
Certainly the best coke and some pretty solid fucking weed gets grown down there. So, and you got to imagine that heroin is got to be everywhere with the lack
of.
How
do you know so much about this, Steve?
I found out other day that Telegram's a good way of getting your drugs. Other day.
No kidding, huh?
I downloaded Telegram and looked through it and found that there was some nearby people and like groups. I went on it and it had lists for fucking prostitutes and drugs, and so like, wow, well that's something different, isn't it?
No, that was Grindr.
No, it's Telegram.
It's kind of like a modern day Silk Road.
Yeah.
That was
people think they're anonymous on it, but they're not.
Martin, what's your Grindr account name? Is it similar to the ones you share elsewhere, or do you got a different one?
Aphid.
Maybe more appropriate for that website.
That's good.
A little change of subject, but it's American based. I'm sure some of you American boys will hopefully know this. There's big trolling going on at the moment in like town hall meetings by some comedians, should we say? One called Alex Stein. They go into like town hall meetings, and it's hilarious what they get up to. They just troll the fuck out of them. Say they're Ukrainian resistance, foreign resistance army, and they want to recruit the town councillors. It's gone massive in America. It's had loads of views. I'm surprised.
Anybody? Topp, you heard of these things?
I don't even know what the hell he's talking about.
It's too,
I know,
too
no one
massive,
does.
I guess.
No one does.
The call from Zelensky.
Well, he was on.
Topple appears to be the Death Star.
Yeah.
What?
All right, sorry.
Ukraine. He impersonated Zelensky. And he got put through, and he told me a load of sensitive information, which he's decided.
Yeah, that could be another one of those cases of a seemingly innocuous thing triggering some international event. Somebody fakes that there's Zelensky in an interview, and God only knows what they say, and then people think it's real. Yeah, but that's our president doing stuff like that accidentally here and there, But yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Have it all end because of Biden and his fucking foolishness would be something, man. What are you having, a little Diet Coke over there? Look you.
Sponsored today by Diet Coke.
Mine's Foster's tonight. Australian lager.
Foster's nice. How about you, Topp?
Whiskey.
Peanut butter?
Whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
Sheepdog. Is that peanut butter or?
That's peanut butter, yeah. It's a different brand.
I decided I'm off the peanut butter. Too much sugar. I don't think it's good for me.
The sugar's bad for
In
you.
your whiskey.
So I'll just go with
But that Bud
whiskey.
Light is
It's a health decision.
No, it's not that I'm not going to drink whiskey. It's just
it's not the alcohol that you're worried about. It's the sugar value.
It's the sugar. Yeah. So
he goes for the more sugary option of vanilla vodka.
Well, those I only have the little guys. Those are just the little nips. But when you have a big bottle of that peanut butter whiskey, it's like, oh, that is nice. You start thinking.
I mean, what's sugary
about
about
that after dinner as like a little dessert cocktail?
What's sugary about peanut butter? It's fat and oil, isn't it?
It is, but you taste that whiskey, and it is like sweet peanut butter.
You need a lot of sugar to make alcohol, but that's the way it's going to ferment and make its mark.
But you can't digest alcohol, can you? So it doesn't count as carbohydrate, I don't think. Does it?
No, it does, because your body converts it back to sugar.
Your blood, takes in the alcohol. That's when you get the effect, yeah.
They figure it's about 7 calories per gram of alcohol, I think, is how it works.
How many calories?
7.
But so a gram of carbohydrate is only 4 calories.
Correct. But a gram of fat is 9 calories. So
yeah. Back in a sec. Just back in a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know a guy called Ted Wheeler, boys? He's a mayor in America.
Portland mayor.
Yeah, that's it. Well, they done a troll on his council meeting, and he played off he was a Taliban member, and he was thanking Ted Wheeler for accepting. I'll put it in the back chat. You can do it in your own time, but it's funny as fuck.
I heard something about this, but I never followed it up.
Huh. Yeah, have a look in your. I've just put it in there now. It's funny, like, because Ted Wheeler loses his shit, he gets triggered. But he manages to say all sorts of stuff before he gets triggered.
Yeah. Unlike you, Last Dance, I have fleeting glimpses of this in my head. I know I've heard stuff about it. I haven't seen it. So, yeah, interesting. So, what's going on with the Supreme Court, you Clarence Thomas fans?
Well, we only have one of us here who's having a shit fit about that. Some random anonymous alt feed liberal is unhappy.
I'm not unhappy with that. Just that like I said, I've been studying her for years now. And
what's her name? Just so everyone knows.
Virginia Jeannie Thomas.
That's his wife.
She goes
now.
By
she's
white.
What's
right?
This about?
She is white. Yeah. So I can tell right now you must know a lot about her.
So she's the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who's just getting out of the hospital for an infection.
Right. And what a lot of people don't know is she's a very, very influential person. And especially with the Trump administration, but even before that, she was. And I don't have a problem with it. I just thought it was interesting, and nobody ever seems to talk about it. And I still don't really hear much talk about what she's done in the past and what organizations she's been in charge of, and the influence that she does have. Because, you know, the past 3 judges, she was heavily influenced on the past 3. Well, besides if you count this last one as the past 3 before from the Trump administration. But, you know, and I don't know. He's dissented a lot in the cases that were directly related to the topics that she recently voiced her opinion on. And, you know, it's always put a bad taste in my mouth. But apparently nobody else could care about.
I have an open mind. Convince me.
Well, she's the different the different organization. I mean, it's kind of boring. So, I mean, it's only interesting to me. But the different, do
you want me to add somebody else to the stream or wait?
Oh, no, go ahead.
All right. The captain
I add them as soon as they pop on.
There's only one person I don't want to see.
He'll be joining in this conversation in about 5 minutes because he's always
That's the one person I didn't want to see. And not because I don't love the guy, but because it's always a technical nightmare.
It's fine.
Oh, no, I know what's
going on. He didn't even know which side of the camera he's supposed to be on.
I think he figures it'll be less lag if he's on the
There he is. He figured it out.
There he is. Can you hear us, McGrande?
Yeah, man. I'm here. How are you?
Right,
are you familiar with Clarence Thomas's wife, by any chance?
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, but just the recent stuff.
No, yeah, she's whatever. She's siding with some white superior people, whatever. You know, that's all nonsense. It's actually she's a free American. She's entitled to have her opinion, do what she wants to do.
Oh yeah, I got no problem with that.
I think we ought to talk about Ukraine, man. That shit is fucking hot.
We'll get to it. We'll
get to it.
We'll
get there.
McGrande,
my problem is I might
drop
not
your camera. Drop your camera. Your audio will get better if you drop your camera.
His audio don't seem too bad.
No, he's all right.
Yeah, it don't seem that bad, but it will prioritize to audio because he needs prioritizing. Oh, don't drop it completely.
His audio just got better. So let's go.
All right.
Base, don't offer him advice, please.
All right. So Ethan, what's your?
Okay, so she's the leader of this group called the Council of National Policy, and it's
Topp?
and it's basically the biggest people. You know, it's almost like the what was the place that Alex Jones went to years ago and
the Bilderberg group?
He stood outside that you would never think that this stuff like this exists until somebody exposes it.
I don't know where Alex Jones.
It was like that camp where they all dress up. You guys all know what I'm talking about. That camp that they all dress up, all these like conservatives, and they wear these robes and have these plays. And you guys have never heard about that?
Furbies?
That's Democrats, isn't it? The Ku Klux Klan.
Anyway, I can't believe you guys don't know
what you're talking about.
But anyway, this
If it wasn't around, what's it called? What's it called?
This group, it's called the Council for National Policy, and it's a group of like Tea Party activists, MAGA people, but it also includes like the leaders of the Federalist Society, the National Rifle Association, the Family Research Council.
What are you reading?
What am I reading? Just the about this national council, because I was gonna look into some of this before I came on here tonight, but I ended up going out to dinner and drinking some margaritas instead, which was a much better decision.
Yeah,
that shows your commitment. It's non-existent.
Grove. I can't believe you guys don't know about it. Surely you've heard of
China Grove.
Yeah, the Masonic Grove. Right?
Yeah, what's that place called?
It's the Masonic Lodge lot. Yeah, I'm not.
Where all these real high up people dress up
something Grove.
And yeah, it's kind of like the Masons type thing. But anyway, some of the stuff you would think like. I would think it was like Base Welshman telling us, you know. It was
I was just going to say, it sounds like you're going down a rabbit hole here.
Some far-fetched thing. I'm sorry, Base. I'm sorry, buddy. But it's really exists. Some of the stuff really does exist.
Council Grove?
No.
This is it, see. When Alex Jones came out with all this...
Yes, it
when
is
Alex Jones came out with this 20 years ago, he was called a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Right, and just so happens that now the normies or the libs are now picking up on this. You know, this has been known for a long time. And it's a bit like all my so-called conspiracy theories with the Kung Flu. Just give it time. Watch what happens.
Alex Jones had a serious misstep when he started denying people who had been murdered in mass shootings. I think that was a major misstep on his part that cost him.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Dearly, yeah. Because he could have kept commenting on things that don't have a personal touch to people, fucking chemtrails, whatever. Come up with a million different things. But once you start telling people that the person that
but he's a truth. He's a truther, isn't he? If he believes he's telling the truth, do you believe he was lying? Do you believe, like he knew he was lying? Just say.
I believe that absolutely true.
Yeah, I do too.
He's even admitted as much
he had to when it came to the poor kids in Connecticut.
The lawsuit from the Sandy Hook thing.
He had to admit that he was doing it for showmanship for his show. Or else he would have been on the hook for God knows how much money. So,
well, I think if he's admitted that would be to get him off the hook of being,
of course,
yeah. But
I think half the stuff he says, like Pizzagate and all that crap, he doesn't. I don't think he really believes that.
Who cares?
I think he's just winding people up because he gets people to follow him.
He's making money. He's making money. That's what he's in it for. Yeah, too right.
I just don't think he's that good at it.
He's good enough to make a living at it.
There's no Joe Rogan. That guy's good at it. And Joe Rogan, he's pretty simple. Honestly.
Yeah, where does Joe go for his information?
I don't think Joe Rogan is really a guy I would ever go to for information. And just
where do you think Joe goes for his information? Joe mostly goes to Alex for his information.
He goes to a veterinarian.
No, Joe Rogan invites guests on that he interviews up to get information, and then it's up to us or him to to believe whether it's right or wrong.
Right.
He doesn't actually. He brings somebody on about a subject and says, "Well, talk to me about it. Let me ask you questions about it."
That's the best.
So
Those are the best ones.
Well.
I've noticed it might be harder for him to get good guests lately since the controversy about his COVID vaccine comments. But when he had good guests, he'd have anthropologists discussing the subspecies of humans. Like, there's so many that we don't talk about that aren't just, Australopithecus or Neanderthal or whatever. There's all these little subspecies of prehistoric human. Then he has this guy on, and they have these great conversations about them, and it's like so fucking cool and interesting, man. He had Neil deGrasse Tyson on talking about,
they have Brian Cox on, an English professor, about the universe.
There you go. All that stuff is absolutely fabulous. And there it's just Joe Rogan as the vessel to bring these brilliant minds to you.
And he even had Elon Musk on about cannabis.
And he smoked. And he fucking smoked. And his earnings tanked. He was kicked off the board of directors. He didn't give a fuck. He after he smoked grass on there, he then went on to become the richest man in the world. So clearly it didn't fucking make a difference at all. The old stuffy businessman might have had a
but he did. But Steve, what you seem to forget is he didn't inhale. Just remember that he didn't inhale. Just
you
like
see that one still shot when he's like, his face is all contorted. He's like really getting on that pump.
I think he knew exactly what he was doing when he did that.
I'm sure he did.
I
think he's very calculated. Like same with Putin. I think people underestimate him too.
So Alex Jones was right about Jeffrey Epstein, wasn't he?
That much I don't know. I've never really heard him talk about it.
Me neither.
He talked about it before everyone else did, and he talked about what's going on.
I don't think it was a big secret. I mean, maybe not in my circle of friends, but I think if you wanted to know about it, I'm sure that it wasn't like it was. It seems like it wasn't like it was kept under the rug the whole time. It sounds like everybody knew about it. If you were a powerful person, that's where you went.
Right.
Yeah, the dude who invented the software and stuff to power his laptop.
But who come out and said it?
Different trips to Epstein Island, right?
Well, Bill Clinton's had 27 trips in the Lita Express. Yeah.
So
he's
is
been
something going to come out about
27 times. He's on the flight log 27 times.
Is something going to come out about him? Or is
No.
he wealthy enough that he's going to make it?
Well, of course. This is why we're always being lied to. We could be being lied to now, currently.
His wife.
By the media. I mean, I'm not being funny, chaps, right?
His wife said that was one of the reasons behind the
I read that. Yeah,
I saw her talk about meeting Epstein, and she said he was fucking Creepville, USA, like #1 creep.
But she also said that Bill's trips with Epstein were one of the issues in the divorce. She didn't expound in great detail, but
it was on NPR. She said what you just said, and then she said, and any further questions regarding this, you'll have to ask Bill.
Right, exactly.
She's not going to go any further than that, but
she may not know anymore. Other than what else do you think happened?
Right?
She might be protecting her life.
Well, it was an island for VIP pedophiles, and where Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell would blackmail VIPs for the Israeli Secret Service.
I could be naive, but I don't think everybody involved with Epstein was just for going after underage girls. I'm sure it was just, look, you can go there and have younger women. I'm sure.
No. You're not getting it. You're not getting it, right? I'm sorry, Adrian. I'm going to jump in here now. I'm going to jump in here. I just mentioned Mossad. And what they were there to do. They were there to trap VIPs with underage girls. That's what they were there to do, right? So they could control VIPs. It's not brain surgery.
I don't know what that has to do with what I said. What I'm saying is I don't think all these important, people like actors and all these businessmen, I don't think that they just wanted to go have sex with girls that were 17 and under. I think that they just knew that if you wanted to...
honey trapped. With kids.
What about
Willie Clinton? They mostly went to the island on good intentions. Or
I mean, I
somewhat.
just think it was just like, the
Oh,
pull
bullshit.
was you could go hang out with this guy and you were likely to get laid, have access to, teenage or young girls.
What
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Whether
He would make
whether they're all
he would make
pedophiles,
sure
whether
he would
they're all
make sure it was
pedophiles
all
just because
filmed.
they flew on his plane, I just think is a stretch to make that
Oh,
assumption.
wait there. If you're Bill Clinton, right, and
I think
if you're
that
Bill
Mossad
Clinton
angle
and
is
you've gone on
pretty
you've gone on the
That Mossad
Leetoots
angle is
Express
pretty
without your close protection, right? You know exactly what's going on, and if you don't, your close protection knows what the fuck's going on and knows what the fuck is really happening. So yeah,
Let me
he's
just put
fucking
it this
guilty
way,
as
all
fuck.
right?
Anyone.
Let me just put it to this way. Okay, like if I wanted, occasionally when I was younger, I wanted some mushrooms, all right? Well, the first person I would ask was the guy I got weed from. So I'm just saying that's the thing. Like he supplied girls to all these rich people, and they knew that they could go there and have girls.
Yeah.
But if you
Yeah.
really wanted, if you were a creep and you really wanted to get these younger
Yeah.
girls, you could do that too. I'm just saying I doubt that all these
Okay.
people were just into having
Okay.
sex with underage
Do
women.
you think Epstein was a Mossad agent?
the Mossad, the Israeli?
I have no idea.
Where was
And Ghislaine Maxwell? Ghislaine Maxwell, you don't think she's part of Mossad?
I don't know enough about
certainly
it.
don't.
I don't know enough about it to give you.
Zombie, are you
well,
raising your hand? Are you raising your hand, Zombie? You want to talk about this?
where was the
Oh my
island?
God.
Where was the island?
Yeah,
It
where
was,
was
it was off Florida. It was off Florida.
Okay.
And what's it called?
It's a good question.
Well, I can't remember. Oh, wait there. I should know
the
it.
Virgin Islands.
Bahamas.
It wasn't the
No,
Virgin
no.
Islands. That's a damn shame.
No,
Bahamas.
Now talk about false
No.
advertising.
no. It's not
Bahamas.
It's not the fucking Bahamas.
Well,
It's a little island off Florida coast. It falls under Florida jurisdiction.
So
Oh,
it
no
was
kidding,
in
is
the U.S. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's why that's why Ghislaine Maxwell was 17, wasn't she? And like I said, in Florida, you've got to be over 18.
Did you hear me?
There was
Yeah.
that trap there.
We can
Yes.
hear you, McGrande.
Yes, it's off the Bahamas.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God, honest to God.
Virgin Island. Not anymore, Tesla.
Bahamas.
Sorry.
It was called
Am I
Little
right?
St.
Am I
James.
right?
Little
No, it
St.
wasn't.
James, that's it. Little St. James.
Little
Falls
St.
under
James.
Florida.
Little St. James got a little.
I don't know if it's under Florida. You might know better, but it was in the
It
quote,
was.
U.S.
It was.
Virgin Islands.
It-
I think they have they're sort of their own territory. I think they.
All right, good. Thank you.
When he got sent to
Appreciate
prison, when he had to do day release in prison for
Yeah.
his first conviction for kiddie fiddling,
Dude,
that was
it
in
was
Florida.
in the Bahamas. It wasn't in Florida.
It's the
fuck's
Virgin
sake.
Islands.
It's not in the
Company-
Bahamas. It's Virgin
Com-
Virgin Islands are not the Bahamas.
Virgin Islands are the U.S. Virgin Islands. That means it's under U.S. law. There are the British Virgin
I keep
Islands.
saying
It was
this.
in the Bahamas.
Oh my God.
Okay, here we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
total utter.
Google it, mate. Google it. It was the first case in 2009.
What happened?
2009, roughly, was his first
Oh, yeah.
conviction.
I got
Well,
a bunch of spastics.
Did I
guess
stand
that
correct?
didn't- that
That's
gets
you,
filtered.
buddy.
That gets
Hey,
filtered.
Oh shit! Who did we just lose? McGrandy. I guess right. Wait, who was above Topple? Who's that's missing?
I quite like that. As
Oh,
an
wait, no,
Englishman,
that's
I've just
Roseman.
given you guys an American geography lesson. Quite like
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
2008, his conviction, 2008.
Uh-huh.
He was convicted by a Florida
Florida
state court.
State
So,
Court.
yeah. Okay, so this is Wikipedia. Convicted, sentenced 2008. Epstein pleaded guilty and was convicted by Florida State Court
Yeah,
for procuring children for sex.
that's crazy.
It's possible that the procurement happened in Florida, and then they were.
It's on the
Flown to the
fucking
island.
island. It's on the island. It's on
Bahamas.
the island, man. God almighty.
You're gonna burn in hell if you live for that.
Play some reggae.
Every time I hear Bahamas, I think of that Beach Boys song that they came up with the '80s, Kokomo.
Yeah.
Kokomo. I listen to that a lot, dude.
Come on, pretty mama.
Kind of reminds me also of the movie Cocktail with Tom Cruise, right? That
Or
song
the
was in...
Weird Al version, Camel Toe.
What?
The Weird Al version of Kokomo, it's called Camel Toe.
Oh, that's brilliant. You know, that Weezer covers that song by Toto, Africa. It's a pretty good cover song.
I've heard
by
it.
Weezer.
I have a hard time telling the
Excellent.
difference between the two.
Dude, there's a version that fucking Weird Al does and sings it, and the guy has got a really good voice, man. I had no idea. Through all those years of making the whatever they're called, parody albums, he actually was a really good singer.
Yeah, wasted though.
What did you say?
It's kind of wasted if you're just doing parody, but
Yes.
Yeah, but he probably wouldn't have made it, if he didn't. He was a goofy looking dude.
Who am I to give advice on show business?
My buddy's older brother looked just like him.
Long hair.
Yep. Pointy nose.
Was he weird?
Actually, he was.
Yeah, Weird Al definitely wouldn't have made it any other way. He saw the song "Beat It" by Michael Jackson, and he knew that Eat It with a fat person in the video eating food would make him the most money. So that was the direction he went. Which
First song I ever heard from Weird Al was the eBay song.
eBay? I never heard that one.
That sounds after he made all the hits.
It's Backstreet Boys as I Want It That Way.
Yeah, Backstreet Boys. Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's a parody of I Want It That Way, the eBay song.
I won it on eBay, I'm guessing.
I bought it on eBay.
Yeah, I never got the eBay
I'll buy. I bid on Shatner's toupee. Junk keeps arriving in the mail from that worldwide garage sale. Hey, a Dukes of Hazzard ashtray. I bought it on eBay.
It's not making me want to go to eBay.
Yes.
I am the type who is liable to snipe you with 2 seconds left to go. Whoa. Got PayPal or Visa, whatever'll please you, as long as I've got the dough.
Man.
So how was that burrito I ate?
Oh man, it was out of this park.
Still working on you?
It was out of this. Actually, that's why I was a little bit late, because I was like, ooh, there's something ain't setting right.
You're right.
I'm gonna have to go play a little free cell for a few minutes.
Yeah, it sounds like the margarita hit you pretty good too. What did you say? Out of this park? Like you said, they hit it out of the park, or it was out of this world, but you combined them together.
Mrs. Lip got the double. She got it was a big one.
Mark,
wow.
Cool.
But it was in celebration of her birthday, so. That's
why. Happy birthday, Mrs.
Well, it was like 2
that
weeks
was last
ago.
week.
So
like
what? We still didn't wish her happy birthday.
2 months ago. We're just
No.
going out now.
We did wish her happy birthday last week.
Actually, there's been some unfortunate circumstances that have kept us from celebrating her birthday.
Well, I'm sorry to hear
Is
that.
Mother's Day the same day in America tomorrow?
No.
Oh God, I hope not.
No.
His blood pressure just shot up.
I know.
Well, it doesn't matter. You'll celebrate in 2 months anyway. So.
Right.
Yeah, it's in May.
That reminds me,
That's
Biscuit Vex.
Yeah.
We've only got half an hour until we put the clocks forward.
Yeah.
My
Unlike
clocks-
the UK,
clock to 2.
All my clocks are digital. It happens without my knowledge.
No kidding.
in the US, our holidays are decided by the Hallmark Company. So,
That's right. That's right.
You know, it's not based on any grand history of something that the King Richard did in 1530.
Which we have 2 months now to prepare. I just was curious if any of you. June apparently is I'm sure you all know, is LGBTQ plus A minus X Appreciation Awareness Month, and I didn't know if any of you guys had any, plans and what you guys were gonna do.
If I could get the answer to one question, I could start my planning. What does the plus stand for?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've just recently heard the plus.
It's any other sexuality that comes up in the future.
Oh, somebody just ripped one. Somebody just ripped
My,
one.
they did.
my
What
dog.
was that?
My dog.
That
Literally.
was-
Good boy.
Oh.
My little boy Trigger. Look, he's
Yeah,
there.
we all buy that one.
It was literally him.
He does
He
look
looks
guilty.
innocent.
That is hilarious. Dog fart.
I
Yeah,
suppose
it's-
plus can be when they make marrying a toast illegal or something like that.
Well, I was thinking, I think we're all in the whole LGBTQXY plus community now. I think they've included everybody. So I think, it was a small group to start out with, but now I think we're all involved.
Hey, Fizz, in the UK now, I found this out not long ago. There's British LGBT month, and there's an American LGBT month. And guess what? They're not the fucking same month. So it's like they're having months like all over the world, different months. If you get my drift. So it's like every month there's most probably an LGBT month. In Asia, it's most probably a different month again.
We're getting extra holiday. We're getting extra bank holiday, aren't we, this year in June?
Do you celebrate Easter in America?
No.
When is the month that you guys
Do
celebrate?
we celebrate Easter?
Not me.
Yeah, in
We
April.
are going to get an extra bank holiday this year because the Queen is going to die at some point.
Oh,
I don't
It's
buy
a
that.
platinum, isn't it? It's a platinum.
She's in better health than I am.
Is she alive?
That's it. I think she's already gone. I think they're just waiting to announce it, George.
Yeah.
Do you reckon? Do you not think she's going to last till end of this year?
I think she's a goner, man. I think she's a goner. I think she's already gone.
She just survived COVID.
She just survived COVID, beat it down.
And she's still walking.
Yeah.
So I think she's good for another year at least.
Yeah, you know why she's fine? She was on the old ivermectin. She was, lads.
Oh, you mean horse dewormer? That's what we call it over here in America.
It's genuine. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Horse paste.
That's all that mainstream media you gobble up.
I mean, I give her another 6 years since her husband died. She's got no stress.
There was a good reason why the Queen had COVID. Yeah, the reason she had COVID was because remember, she was still doing light duties, so she wasn't affected that badly by it. But what it did do, it was at the exact same time that it took Prince Charles and Prince Andrew off the front page of Prince Charles to do with a charity that was.
You think the COVID was a hoax?
That's just a coincidence.
And Prince Andrew,
that is just a coincidence.
No, Prince Andrew was on the front page about this court case, and it eradicated them off the front pages. It was done on purpose. There's no doubt about it. It took both her sons off the front pages. No, I tell you,
I think Prince Charles will keep giving. So you just, even if you knock him off the front page for 1 month, he'll be back on the next. So.
Yeah, but Prince Andrew was under a lot of
Prince
heat
Andrew.
because what was going on.
I think Prince Andrew's that thing is.
Do you think Will and Kate should have apologised to the Jamaicans for his ancestors' crimes to slavery?
I think they should not apologize.
Absolutely.
No, but it's PC, isn't it? He's got it, hasn't he? Yeah, he's forced into it. It's just ridiculous.
Well, were they really his ancestors?
Were
they
the royal family?
Well, were they Windsors though, or was this like?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Okay.
Who? No, they wouldn't have been Windsors.
The slave, the ones responsible for bringing slaves to Jamaica. I don't even know what they're
That would have
angry
been
about.
Victoria. That would have been Victoria, wouldn't it? So, if not, maybe before her, but definitely Victoria's time. Yeah. So, but yeah, don't get me started on that. The whole reason this country has got it might have been slavery. Yeah, but things happen. But you know what makes me laugh is why don't we see protests in Rome then? You know, Italy in the Roman Empire had the biggest amount of slaves probably the world ever known. You don't see
I want reparations from the Romans. I want reparations from the Vikings. I want reparations from the Vikings. They raped and pillaged. They raped and pillaged the east coast of England.
From the Italians, for the
yeah, where's my reparations?
I want my reparations from the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep going.
And the Greeks, maybe. Yeah.
I think everything before Jesus Christ was wiped off the plate.
The Mongolians.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the only ones who've had the only people who have reparations so far are the Indians, isn't it? The Indians in America. No one else gets it.
They've been well taken care of.
Firewater, all you can drink.
We have liquor stores for each and every one of those.
We came out of the sea. We were fish, and we came out of the sea, and we took over the land, and the mammals owe us money for the land that we took. Yeah.
But the mammals came from the fish. The fish turned into the mammals.
Oh, now you've come.
Oh, now you're. What are you, a biologist? Are you going to tell us what a woman is next?
Yeah. Well, what's the definition of a woman? I mean, you're
I don't know.
It's
I'm not a biologist. I thought it was a construct. Well, I thought it was a construct, and it wasn't about biology. It wasn't about biology, and she just mentioned biology. So she done the old. Whoa, she can't say that biology.
Yeah, that was
a bad moment for Judge Jackson.
You know what I found unusual? A lot of her answers, she used the word "like," kind of.
I forgot you were here. I forgot you were here, Steve. I forgot you were here, mate.
Yeah, I'm just listening. So she's answering like this, like that, like a teenager, essentially. I found that to be less than judicial, especially for the highest in the land. But that's okay. I mean, the way she speaks, not a big deal. But
I mean, look,
she just was dancing around the answers too much.
They always dance around the answer.
The
coach did not answer as much as possible.
She wasn't appointed because of her color, and she wasn't appointed because of her gender. That's clear. Honestly, that's fine. I can see that already.
Was it?
I mean, I don't have a huge problem.
Was it? It's just a bit of British sarcasm there, Steve. A bit of British sarcasm.
I mean, because if not like Amy Barrett, it was going to be a woman, So anybody that got interviewed for that position, it was just fluff, So with this deal, it was going to be a black woman. So why interview all these other people when there's zero chance that they're going to get the office, just to appease us, and we can say, oh, well, the most qualified person needs to get the job. So I mean, I don't agree with it, but it's going to happen, and I'd rather it happen that way than some people. Just
I'll prefer.
Yes.
Honestly, than just cover because of her narrative and the position she's in. She should have enough fucking balls just to say it how it is.
Yeah.
I almost say that she was more honest than most of the people that they interviewed.
No. Don't compare her against fucking plebs. Compare her like she should be compared. That she shouldn't speak shit. She should speak facts.
I'm comparing her against the last 3 Supreme Court justices that we.
Against someone else who cannot answer a simple question, which is what is a woman?
Which is exactly
what is a woman?
Supreme Court justice is anymore. It does not answer questions.
They're not.
That's what they are.
Right.
Chromosomes don't lie.
I think that saying you're not a biologist is a uniquely terrible answer, but to me it doesn't really matter. It's like Ava Lip saying it's all a stupid
question.
It's all a stupid question. It's all a performance. There's no substance to the questions or now the answers.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think Ted Cruz was putting on a tremendous fucking show.
That clown.
I mean, he was trying to.
So was the
make
other
points.
asshat.
Well, that was Marsha Blackburn who asked that question.
Oh, she was.
How about
and Josh Hawley? They all three were just horrible.
Here's a solution. Make it so that when you have women's sports, change it to the double X chromosome sports, not the.
Well,
not a women's
No,
sports, but
we
double
could
X.
try that, but
it's called a life choice. It's called a life choice. If
Yeah,
you want to be so, if you want to be so, but if you want to be so special,
it's just for people with XX chromosome.
but if you want to be so special and be that 0.5% of the fucking population, then that's your life. That's your life. You know, that's your life choice. Don't affect all the other people, or 50% of the population, females. Why haven't we got females turn into men competing in men competitions? That's what I want to fucking know.
Well, you do, don't you? But they just can't compete.
Well, exactly. They can't fucking compete.
Before we leave the performance of the hypocrisy of the other day's events with Judge Jackson, you can't leave out that Cory Bucker douche, because he was just doing the same thing for the other side.
Is that the swimmer? Is that the swimmer?
yeah, he's terrible.
No, he's the black. He's the
Black senator from
black
New Jersey.
senator. Oh God, I can't believe that guy.
No, who's the swimmer that won the
That's
swimming?
Leah Thomas. You missed the eighth minute last week. He went over all that.
Talking about yourself in third person.
Oh,
Now you're scaring me.
That's a,
Now you're
I
scaring
can't
me.
lose that joke because that starts out my my
Oh,
my eighth minute this week. So I can't.
It's
I
nice.
can't-
It's not just
I can't overplay
becoming
it.
psychotic. This is
No.
part of your spiel. I'm always ruining your spiel, so I better shut up now.
I heard an interesting comment by Sharon Davis, a gold medalist, a British swimmer from like the 80s. And she made a statement saying that she has a very lazy stroke. This Leah Thomas has a very lazy stroke. And she said that's a sign of people not using their feet, and they're just using their upper body, which is not a sign of a sprinter. And
I've got a very lazy stroke, to be fair.
well, yeah, but it's just
Mute him
it's just
as punishment.
well, when you seen her swim as well, you could see that that's because she's fucking bigger. She's just bigger. You know what I mean? She's got more muscle mass.
I heard someone suggest that she was holding back because she didn't want to
Yeah.
win by 20 lengths.
Yeah, that's what Sharon Davis basically said. You know, I believe
What did I miss?
It's,
an
you can't go
Olympic
back.
gold
We can't
medalist.
repeat it.
That's true.
You know, I haven't heard from Biden 215 much.
I've been
That's when he
avoiding
goes
the
to
news.
bed.
I've been avoiding the news lately, and I've been so happy.
I was going to say that. Are you happier because of it?
Yeah, exactly. I'm off Twitter. I don't do any of that stuff. So
Good man. Good
No
man.
kidding, huh?
But I did hear something about Hunter's laptop. Can anybody explain to me what exactly was on that laptop?
Okay, for YouTube, I'll code it out for you. CP with the niece and some pipes. Actually, with his brother's wife. So, and that's just the start.
That's my only question. Was there child?
We're not on about the bribes. We're just on about the CP. Yeah, it's crazy shit. Just the CP.
Was there child pornography on there?
Well, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Because I might incriminate myself.
So. I haven't heard
Because
that.
I hear things and I don't, and that's why I blocked them out because it's not fair.
Okay, Topo.
Yes.
Topo, 100%. This is fucking bad shit. This is bad shit. Okay.
No, why wasn't he charged though?
Who you guys talking about?
I actually haven't heard that.
Pictures I saw this week. He stood in front of a mirror naked, but they've obviously zoned out the private area. His cock. But then there's pictures. There's a picture of a girl. There's a picture of a girl which is supposed to be Obama's daughter. But she's on the bed naked, lead face down.
That's
how
not
true.
true.
That I don't believe.
Are you guys talking about Hunter Biden?
Yeah.
That is not. one of the Obamas. Now that is
Oh my God.
That's a black prostitute.
Yeah,
who
it's
he's
like
with.
she's like.
I've seen
14,
the
15
pictures.
What are you calling Obama's daughter?
Can everyone just be quiet a minute? Can I just make one more statement? There's a credit card from G.P. Morgan on the laptop. There's like a photo of a credit card.
J.P. Morgan. Look, that was Photoshop.
I'm not saying anything different. That's all. I'm just saying there was a credit card with a name with some powder close by.
Yeah, but I've heard that it was pretty strong evidence that was Photoshopped, that credit card.
The only thing would be if there was child pornography on it, but all the drugs and all that prostitutes, who cares?
I don't care.
Presidents.
Right. Should we talk about the bribery? Should we talk about the insider dealings?
That's
on the laptop
the
as
thing
well.
that's important.
That's the important thing, but
yeah.
No, let's talk about the black hooker.
Was she wearing a mask? Was she wearing a mask?
But can I make this statement? So Hunter was shagging his dead brother's wife. Right?
I thought it was one of the Obamas.
No.
Besides who his dead brother married.
So Bew, Joe reckons died in the war in combat. Bo, that's it. Bo. Sometimes Joe says he died in combat. Sometimes he said he died in by cancer. It changes with Joe. But of all accounts, and this is not really disputed in any way as far as I'm led to know, is that Hunter was fucking the widow, his brother's widow, and he kept her in the family, should we say, with another relation.
What does that
matter?
Well, the other relation was underage, and the mum found out, and the text message, the emails going back and forth. Interesting, shall we say?
Between Jill and Hunter.
Yeah.
But between the widow saying, "What the fuck you doing, shagging my daughter?"
Oh, a daughter. I thought you meant the widow itself. Okay, never mind.
She's got a point.
So you're saying,
yeah. So you can fuck me, but you can't fuck my daughter, your niece. That's basically what she was saying.
Both of them, the mother and the daughter. Yeah.
Wait, so Obama's daughter is.
That's something else, Topple.
Steve claimed that Obama's daughter is a black prostitute.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's all fucked up.
Well, that's Steve for you. He's like that. That's how he rolls.
I didn't hear that one. I heard about Lady Gaga being with him, but not.
Lady Gaga was there.
Really?
They were all there. It was a party.
Isn't Michelle Obama?
But I know it was there. I know it was there. Hunter was there all the time. With, I've seen some photos that like I said, I would advise you. Well, it's not good.
It's not.
It's not good.
Welshman, I don't want to see your photo collection.
Well, it's not mine, thankfully. It's not mine, thankfully, because if it was mine,
Well, better yet, if the laptop that leaked and it came out in the news, was leaked, and the news actually carried it, do you think would have had an outcome on this election one bit?
No.
Yes, because they've already done a survey with people who voted for Biden. Listen. They've done it, and they said, "Would you change your vote?" And 30% said, "Yeah, would have changed our vote."
J-Fed, would you change your vote?
If what?
Well, not about
Did you get the survey?
I mean,
why would I care what happens to?
He's voted a geriatric into power, and we can't deny that.
No, you can't.
It
was either that or an insane person. So I mean, I chose the geriatric.
Just get a dementia.
I was never. You never heard me excited about the two choices.
No, dude, tell me about it. I voted for a third-party candidate.
If you got two people running for the presidency, and Trump accuses him of a laptop where there's emails and Joe Biden absolutely mutes that, says that it's fake news, it's made up by the Russians, blah blah, and then you find out like a year or two later it was absolutely true. Does that not make you kind of think?
Yeah.
Should I vote for this guy?
And don't forget, Lee, that Facebook shut it all down. Twitter shut it all down. You couldn't share anything. You couldn't share anything. The IRL, everything was covered. It was just taken away from social media. So there was a systematic, right, abuse of that to go out before the election.
No,
we now know that. We now know that because
they learned
we've
from their
seen it.
mistakes with Russia, so they took their time and got the facts before they said, "Oh no, this is real."
Essentially, essentially, we were told one person had collusion with the Russians, which
that was enough. That's enough. They can do everything, then, can't they?
Trump, but that turned out to be completely false,
bullshit.
According to
who did it?
Who did what?
The Democrats. The Democrats. The Democrats done it.
This is Last Dance's area of expertise. There's a little something called a dossier, which I know you like to discuss, Mr. Dance.
I don't want to discuss it anymore. It's been
discussed,
the dossier. Discussed to death.
That's the steel one.
But it turns out that was all complete horse shit. But all this
I don't think it's been proven that all of that was horse shit.
Well, it hasn't.
Almost all of it has been proven.
It basically has, mate. It basically fucking has, Aphid. There's nothing that have come out. There's nothing that come out with that steel dossier.
I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm gonna look into that and we'll touch.
We'll look into it, mate, because I believe that. Yeah, honestly, I think there's nothing. Otherwise, they'd have him on it.
Well, I mean, clearly, Putin at the Helsinki summit, when they asked him that, he said, duh, as in, duh, he has guys who are constantly working to get Trump into office because that would have been beneficial to him, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Trump had anything to do with it, in my opinion.
And it's also not relevant. The fact that Trump wanted Trump, I mean, the fact that Putin wanted Trump or not, it doesn't really matter. That's not a reason to vote for him just because he might prefer one candidate over the other.
Yeah, why would he want him anyway?
Well, the thing is that they want someone every time. They don't want one and they want the other. Right. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was Trump.
They either want one or the other. It's never neutral. Yeah. So
rumor is they wanted Biden for this. So Trump.
Well, no shit.
Why now? Why no shit on that part?
Because Biden, like it or not, Biden, and I think his response has been adequate to Ukraine, is very conservative. No fucking war. That's great. I think it's awesome. Snooze away. Snooze the war away, baby. That's fine. I don't care. I'm really sorry these people are in the shit, and I'm really, really sympathetic to that, but I do not want to get into a massive fucking war about this thing.
War. Too right, Steve. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. And now I don't know if Trump was there. If I don't know what his response would be, but I don't think it would be so metered. So
zombie.
Go ahead, buddy.
That's not the rhetoric that we're getting over here from Biden. The rhetoric that we're getting over here is we're going to war with Russia. That's what we're getting. So why are you getting a different message?
Well,
that's just his personal old man, feverish Alzheimer talking. Once he's done talking, all his policy people say, just kidding. What he really meant was something entirely else.
I bet he's not talking about just from today, though. I bet he's talking about that's what they're hearing for days and weeks now.
Well, I'm not hearing what zombies hearing. I'm not hearing it's going to be World War III. Personally, it's doom and gloom, and obviously Vlad man. Yeah, it could be, but it's Vlad man bad. It's all Vlad man bad, of course. And
you disagree with that?
Well, no, it's not as clean cut as that, though, Aphid, is it? It's not as clean cut.
Well,
as
I mean, you say it like he's not bad. That's how you phrase it.
Right. No.
You to clarify yourself because maybe you're coming off wrong.
No, well, let me clarify myself. Putin, very bad person, right? Ukraine and Zelensky, very bad person, government-wise, all right? Not the people, not the people of either country. Very bad people.
Was Zelensky a bad person too?
Yeah, very bad person.
Why? Why is he a bad person?
He's an actor.
It's a puppet for the nation.
Sorry.
No, it's true. He is an actor.
I know.
You want me to answer that question? You want me to answer that question?
I do.
Right, okay. Yeah, he's a puppet prime minister, right? That is a Jew that seems to support Nazis.
A what?
Right? A Jew that seems to support Nazis, and he's a member of the World Economic Forum, and he's a puppet for the fucking globalists, and
And you don't
I'll
think
let
that
Last
a Jew
Dance take over this.
you don't think that a Jew who you think supports Nazis, you don't see any potential. Maybe you're wrong there. Not that he's really a Jew who actually supports Nazis.
I will admit.
Well,
hold on, Biscuit. Let him finish.
Is there not an Azov brigade?
Yes, there is an Azov brigade.
Okay, so is that in the Ukrainian army?
Well, there's an Azov military brigade. Absolutely.
Yes.
It's a battalion, I believe. Battalion, yeah.
The battalion.
So and he's a Jew. So what have I said that's fucking wrong in that statement?
What you said is that you're assuming that those people you call Nazis are the equivalent of the German Nazis from World War II. That's the mistake. They're not the same.
They do have a swastika in their symbol. Plus,
it doesn't matter. It's a symbol. It means nothing at all.
They are more akin.
They're not modeling themselves off of Nazis. Is that what you just said to me? Oh yeah, but the swastika. They do it. So what?
It's just
they
they
work out.
In terms of ideology
to the Syrian. I forget what they're called, but they're quite horrible people. I forget what they're called.
ISIS?
No, not ISIS. They're a military group, but they're also like they're being classed like neo-Nazis.
In Syria?
In Syria, yeah.
You want to know which country has more neo-Nazis than any other country? Russia. Russia has more neo-Nazis than any
America has more neo-Nazis.
America has more neo-Nazis than Ukraine.
Yeah.
There are neo-Nazis everywhere.
I find the whole term neo-Nazi to be very annoying.
Have the Russians or the Americans? Have the Russians or the Americans got neo-Nazi sort of battalions?
You should see our.
I think they do in Russia, or did.
I'd love to see those stripes and colours and their motto.
I mean, you focus on the symbolism, but you don't focus on the ideology or the beliefs. In terms of beliefs and ideology, the beliefs of the Azov battalion are almost identical to Putin's own ideology. So it's really hard to argue that Putin is some sort of an anti-Nazi crusader. That he's like Antifa's man in
the Azov battalion don't want any race mixing or anything like that. Yeah.
They're anti-immigrant, just like Putin. They're anti-gay, just like Putin. They're racist, just like Putin. They're anti-Semitic, just like Putin. I mean, everything about them.
You know this democratic country, Ukraine. Have they got LGBT protection laws or gay rights laws or any of these gay fucking things?
None of that matters.
You're chirping on about. Have they got any of that? Have they got any of it though? Last time,
it's all irrelevant.
Don't paint it all as fucking whiter than white. And they have got no laws to protect these minorities.
There's only one thing you need to know about Ukraine.
They've got no laws.
It's not Russia.
They've got no laws to protect any minorities. None. In Ukraine,
wait,
so you can paint. I'm not denying Russia or all those things you just said, but so are fucking Ukraine. That's why I keep on saying to you people. But it's all one road for you. It's all one way for you.
It's not. It's just that it's completely irrelevant.
It's like Kung Flu all over again.
It's irrelevant.
Wrestling is worse.
They're both bad.
If it doesn't matter, then to base Welshman, you use this as your reference of how everybody's painting Putin as a bad person because Ukraine is so bad. Well, if it's what you're saying, then if they're equal, then why does it make it okay for him to go there and do what he's doing?
It doesn't.
I know, but this was in your defense. Your defense of saying how Putin wasn't that bad was because Ukraine was so bad.
No, I didn't say. Let's see. This is you putting words into my mouth again.
I didn't put no words in my mouth.
I didn't say Putin wasn't bad. right?
I didn't say you didn't.
First...
I'm saying you're saying that they're equal. So, but
they're just as bad
even
as
if
each other.
even if they're equal, then why does it make it okay, or in any defense of what you're trying to say here, for him to do what he's doing?
I'm not defending. I'm trying to give you some nuance here, which you don't seem to get. Like in these regions in Ukraine and on the east, right? They've been at war with the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainian government stopped their electric. They stopped their water. This has been going on for 8 years. There's been over 15,000 deaths, which you lot seem to fail to get.
I think what you don't understand.
Almost all those 15,000 were killed in 2014. Almost all of them. Not since then. That was the
We're talking about
initial
people in the Donbass.
The Donbass region, right? That was the initial rebellion, which was another Russian invasion, basically. This was when MH17 was shot down. That's when all this stuff happened. And since then, it's been a rather slow slog.
Why Zelensky? Do you trust him or whatever? There's some news that's come out tonight from photographs taken from, I think it was 2008. It's with a bunch of people, but in particular one. They called oligarchs, these wealthy Russian people.
Oh, he's got massive backing. I've seen the videos. Massive backing from the oligarchs.
He lives in Switzerland, and Zelensky took 27 flights last year to Switzerland. Now, that doesn't mean that he met him, but it's a bit coincidental. There is one meeting they've admitted to where he went to this oligarch's birthday party. He's flatly admitted to that, but he said, nothing strange about that.
He supplies them with cars. He supplies them with security.
He supplies him with everything. And guess what?
Cars, security.
This oligarch is not a fan of Putin. So he's basically giving him all the money that he wants. He was funding the army as well. I mean, this oligarch is a billionaire. We're not talking about a millionaire. And it's all a bit strange that this is coming out, that he seems to have a relationship with an oligarch that wants to turn over Putin.
I think it's
all been orchestrated.
I think that the problem that people that think that way have is that they just don't understand that there's not. If you get somebody else into power, things don't just change overnight. You're going to have bad people in your government. Okay. You're going to have bad people in your country. It's a slow process to change over. They're moving in the right direction.
You're dealing with it, and this is no word of a lie. You can look this up. You're dealing with the most corrupt country in the whole of Europe.
Yeah. I wouldn't say they're the most corrupt.
No, in the whole
very
corrupt.
They're
number one.
Yes, very corrupt. So if you get somebody that's going to change things, you think that next day that all these things are just going to be extinct and they're not going to exist? You think that they're not going to have to talk to some bad people to get the things that need to take place to move in the right direction?
No,
you think that they're going to the next day all these people in the government or in the military are just going to be gone? I mean, you think that's realistic?
Totally no, I think that's totally understandable. It's going to take time. But when he's making rhetoric, or he's applying to be a member of the EU, or he's applying to be a member of NATO, when it's all been agreed before, you'll never be a member of NATO. And he goes out of his way to do it. I mean, no wonder Putin's reacted.
Yeah, another thing, chaps, 4 years ago, the video, the information you're talking about is a video I watched today. And it's in the back chat if anyone wants to view it in their own time. This was made 4 years ago. 4 years ago, he had these connections with these oligarchs, right? And
it's also irrelevant. It's also irrelevant. We're not talking. We're not talking. No, we're not talking
about. It was 4 years ago.
No, we're not talking about
4 years ago.
We're not talking about two different guys competing for the presidency of Ukraine.
Oil companies, gas companies, his hands are in everything. And
it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant.
It does. Well, listen to this. Just hear me out.
How come it does not matter? It's like having Hunter. It's like having Hunter. It's like having Hunter again, isn't it? It's like doing the Hunter.
I'm coming on to that. Just hear me out. You've got a situation where you've got an oligarch that doesn't like Putin. He's funding a president of Ukraine with Arnie and God knows what else. And guess what? Here's the thing where it goes full circle. He's also one of the top investors in an oil company that Biden's son is sitting on, who's also becoming very sympathetic to the fact that he wants to turn Putin over. It's just there's just so much to this. It's unreal. It's not as simple as
let's revisit that real quick.
I'm just going to go into the Ukraine. He didn't do that. He was pushed into it.
Let's remember that Biden Jr. there, Hunter, whatever, was paid like a salary of $400,000 a year by that oil company.
Yeah, 50 a month. 50 a month for not speaking the language, for having no expertise in gas or anything he was involved in. He couldn't even fucking speak to any of them there. It literally is a joke. And don't forget, on the laptop it says, don't forget 10% for the old guy, the old man.
Yeah,
who's the fucking old man?
They almost, it's like they went with a salary that maybe wouldn't get noticed. It's not that much.
Yeah,
but only 400.
Yeah, but they had to pay him something, didn't they? They had to pay him
millions, but it's still.
But it is millions. It is millions because he had millions from a Russian mayor's wife. Hunter did.
I'm not defending it, but if you look at the board of any major oil company around the world or any major organization, you're going to find people that have no clue to be in that position. They're only in that position because of exactly.
Who they know, yeah.
Happens all the time. Who else has got connections in Ukraine? Oh, Kerry's son as well got connections in Ukraine, and another major politician. Is it Nancy's son? It's got big things in Ukraine as well. It just stinks. The video in the back chat, please, in your own time. Why not? Why not? Just try me out. Tell me what you think next week.
I'm just thankful that Putin is going to clean everything up there.
Last Dance. Do you remember was it Chechnya? How'd that start?
Well, that looked like it started when there were some apartment buildings.
It was with those brothers that bombed the bus.
Because those bad Chechens came over and did it, didn't they?
Yeah, don't forget. What happened in that bay in Vietnam? What was that bay called? What was that called again?
Gulf of Tonkin.
The Bay of Rabbit?
The Tonkin Bay. Yeah.
Gulf.
No, he's talking about the Bay of Pigs.
Bay of Pigs was different.
Cuba.
But,
every government well capable of doing psyops.
The Gulf of Tonkin incident is what started the Vietnam War, and then they came out.
Well, we didn't kill our own people to start a war, though.
Was he talking Vietnam or Cuba?
Vietnam.
Okay, I'm off base.
I mean, none of that really makes a difference because none of that is anything that Putin is going to improve by bringing his troops over by the thousands and destroying cities and getting his own troops killed.
If he's trying to make this place his own, why is he smashing the fuck out of everything?
Well, wait there. I said it 4 weeks ago. You're not getting it. He could have. Yeah, if he wanted to smash fuck out of Ukraine, he could have done it in like 3 days with airstrikes, right? But that's not what his plan was. It's clearly not going. Maybe
he's killing thousands of Ukrainians, and he's losing thousands.
Do what else? His army garbage.
Yeah, they're a joke. His army, mind you. His army like numbers. The numbers thing again.
I mean, the guy.
Are you saying his army's a joke? Do you think the West is going to report that it's absolutely brilliant?
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm not comparing. I'm not trying to compare against the West, but a lot of the Russians.
About the Russian army.
Okay, well, look, I watch lots of different stuff. It does seem to be that the army.
How long did it take for Crimea to be over with?
There was no resistance.
Well, you had a population that wanted to be part of Russia, so not very long at all. So there's no real fighting.
But they were totally on his side, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
were they?
Ukrainian troops were told not to.
You might have had pockets, but I think they wanted to go back to, as they called it, the motherland.
Putin originally said that those soldiers there were no Russian soldiers there. They were vacationing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a tank at the moment. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't want to be in a tank.
No, not with all them Stinger missiles going flying around.
Or
I
javelin.
mean,
Javelins,
they're literally point and goes. It's not even that hard to do. A lot of them, you know what I mean?
No,
It's literally
you can
5
fire it and
minutes.
walk away before it hits.
Yeah.
Are they not laser guided? Them anti-tank missile things.
There's they've got about 3 or 4 options. They've got like quite good modern options at the moment. So I'm getting lost in it all. The different ones. There's one called Lab. I think there's one called Lab, and there's Javelin, and there's some like K somethings. There's a few out there.
What's that one that America's sending over? The Switchblade. That's for aircraft.
That's a drone.
Isn't it?
That's a drone.
That's a drone,
Yeah.
but it's also you can make it a piloted missile, so they
Right,
can
it can
fly
be-
the drone right into something and kill or blow them up. The drone,
Yeah.
self-destruct and cause.
I don't necessarily think this is all great, though. I honestly wish they would find a negotiated solution that doesn't get more Russian soldiers killed, that doesn't get more
It won't
Ukrainians
work
killed.
though, because Putin's got it set in his soul that he's just going to keep going until he gets what he wants or destroys the country.
It seems counterintuitive what he's doing. It doesn't.
It does. From our point of view, it looks insane.
Yeah, it
Right.
does. It seems stupid.
Well, yeah, but don't forget, Biscuit. We are getting a very much one-sided thing, a bit like what Lee was saying to me earlier on, just to remind me that you know, like I said, sometimes, you know, we get.
Is it like a magic? Is it like a magic trick? There's things going on behind the scenes that we can't see happening, and you just can't figure it out. I don't think so.
Well,
it looks a bit straightforward to me. His army don't even know where
I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, Biscuit. But if you think it's that simple and it's that transparent,
that simple.
yeah, I didn't think you were that silly. I didn't think you were that silly. I didn't think you were that silly, mate.
I'm just saying that the Russian army are not doing a very good job of it.
No, I'm not saying they're doing a great job of it, but are they actually going fully in? And have they stuck their air force out and destroyed all like?
Well, they can't go fully because they keep running out of fuel.
Based, you might be right, or it might be something else. It might be that they don't want to lose more.
You stupid
airplanes.
or something? Stop acting stupid.
Hey, stop that! Stop that right now.
Yeah, but come on.
Problem.
Stop it.
I mean, Ukraine does have, Ukraine does have anti-aircraft weaponry, and flying planes against anti-aircraft weaponry is not necessarily a smart thing.
Well, I'm sorry, but they've got a very small air force, and they have.
215.
No, I'm not just talking about an air force. I'm talking about surface-to-air missiles.
Yeah.
Of which there are, and now you're adding thousands of Stingers and.
Thing is, there's only to date. I've only seen one helicopter being shot down and recorded.
They can send missiles off from thousands of miles away. They're going to be in Ukraine to do it, right?
And they have.
But we're still getting live streams every day out of fucking Kiev and all over the place.
I think you overestimate the amount of military hardware that the Russians have. They've already used a ton of their missiles.
It's a numbers game again. They've got lots of numbers.
What about this?
Yeah, I don't really know for sure. It's like you say, we get one side of the story, and it's a rosy pro-Ukraine, anti-Russian story. I don't really trust that.
Why does it seem to me that every other headline every couple of days is another Russian general killed? Are generals just
it's that number 2
out
game,
on the front lines?
It's like every 2 days, isn't it?
Game.
I mean,
are they all like Rambo? The general is the first guy going down. What the
on the front line? The generals are on the front line. The generals are on the front line fighting with the privates. With the conscripts, fighting with the conscripts.
From what I gather, the Russian the basic Russian soldier doesn't know why they're there. They're confused, and the generals are having to go in and tell them to book their ideas up. And
we only hear that from the captives, and we don't know. They might be instructed on what to say. I don't put a ton of faith in that.
And another thing is against the Geneva Convention to put POWs in front of cameras. And I've seen the BBC and Sky do it, and I'm thinking, What are you doing?
Javina, and then I went with that,
All right. It's late.
All right.
Go ahead, Steve. Start.
No, I'm about to just change directions with. We're going to do. Wait a second. Do you have something going on down there?
Yeah, Mrs. Lip wants a beer. Hold on.
At least he's got his priority. At least he's got his priorities straight.
Covered too, man.
Hey, Welshman, I'm not as clever as you with the links and stuff, but I put in the comments.
Sorry.
I put why is the Ukraine the Westfold ? Featuring John Mishimir, which is one of your guys in America, a lecturer. He's doing a lecture at Chicago University. It's back.
Please don't say it's John Mearsheimer.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I watched this lecture that he gave in 2014. This guy, I don't know whether he's come back in time or got a crystal ball, but everything he says about the Ukraine has happened, even down to the tactics and the way they're fighting this war. But I found him quite impressive. Is he seen as a joke there then, or?
No, hold on. Let's get up. Last Dance. What do you have to say about him? You seem to have knowledge.
I mean, he's a smart guy. There's a big question about whether his conclusions are legitimate. But yeah. he's well respected, and
everything he says in that lecture has come to pass. It's unbelievable.
I think I've listened to it.
There's a lot. I mean, I also tend to agree. I agree a lot with a lot of that. I think this was a risky game to start with. The West's, playing NATO, trying to sort of be ambiguous about whether NATO will go in. I mean, that's kind of that ambiguity is very risky.
It's not good,
and it certainly hasn't worked out. And it was probably never a good idea to start with. So, I certainly. I'm not a fan of that. I think that has been a big mistake. But
worth.
What I've said.
Yeah, put that into YouTube, and it's a really good lecture.
Yeah, if you put it in the back chat, have you? Oh no. The one above it. What you were talking about with the oligarch. If you go to the link above it, that video explains it all. In your own time, Mike.
Are we going to get an aphid lip minute?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready
too.
You guys.
All right.
Do you got an intro?
I do. It's right here.
This is my favorite part.
Yeah.
It might be mine too.
The aphid lip minute.
All right. Everybody,
you got to put him number one on the screen there.
Grab the family and sit around and you're about to experience the aphid lip minute. Are you gonna go? Am I going full screen, Smokesteve? Or is that too much to ask for?
No. We're rolling. Here we go.
You played him in. Now you got to full screen him.
Solo layout.
All right. Oh, there I am. All right. There's one thing. Oh wait, I fucked it up already. Let me hold on. Let me
it's not my fault this time.
Let me take a drink of alcohol, and that would maybe
help.
That help things.
Alcohol.
Okay, if there's one thing I hate as much as if there's one thing aphid lip hates as much as hypocrisy and people talking about themselves in the third person, it's surveys. I make a purchase at Best Buy. Before I get home, there's a survey in my inbox asking me about my experience. If I have a hankering for some fine, authentic Mexican cuisine and make a run to the border to my local Taco Bell, I'm pimped to go to their website and take a survey. The link is on the receipt. Get a free taco. I'm told by my buddy Muhammad from India, who surprisingly changed his name now to Bob, after waiting on hold for 50 minutes to talk about my cell phone plan, to please stay on the line and answer a few questions about my experience in a quick survey. I take my kid to the doctor. The app I just had to install to easily access his info starts hounding me for a survey. Then I get an email to my account that I had to give out to install the app I don't want to take yet another survey. 2 days later, I get a call pleading to take the time out of my day to answer a few questions about my experience. Okay, Bob, here's the problem. I don't like being lied to about your name. You have access to my personal information, so you could at least tell me your real first name. I couldn't program my new gadget, Best Buy, because I was mentally exhausted after all this survey bullshit. Your taco tasted like shit, Taco Bell, because of the sour taste in my mouth after you forced Joanne to guilt me into taking a survey like her next 5 cent an hour raise depended on it. Yeah, Doc, my son is great, but now I need to go back to the other wing of your office because of my now skyrocketing blood pressure due to the dizzying 3 times you tried cramming a survey down my veins. Just stop with the survey bullshit. Stop requesting my email every time I hit the checkout. Across the board, the only thing asking me to take another survey does is worsen my overall experience. That was the Philip Minute.
All right. I liked it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Outstanding.
Very well
Hey, Aphid
Yeah.
you might not be old enough. Did you ever see the Johnny Carson do his Floyd R. Turbo skit?
I remember the great, was it Warnock or whatever? Where he would, I can't remember.
Karnak,
I mean,
Karnak
did.
the Magnificent.
I did obviously watch Johnny Carson, but whenever he would come on and those colored drapes would come across the screen, I'd start sweating because I was like, I'm still up. I need to get to sleep. Or I'm gonna not get enough sleep for school the next day.
Right. Yeah.
Well, anyway, you kind of reminded me of Floyd R. Turbo there.
Oh, thanks.
Floyd R. Turbo was, a small town Midwest citizen who went, and took 5 minutes on his local TV show for the opinions.
Well, if it was good enough for the Carson show, then I take that as a compliment, Last Dance. So thank you.
That does remind me though. I get surveys for everything I damn do.
It's annoying. If
I buy something on Amazon, I get a survey.
Oh,
if I go see my doctor, I get a survey from somebody. Maybe it's the app. I wonder if they get that in the UK all the time too, for every damn thing you do.
Do you get those little mini surveys that you get on YouTube all the time?
No.
I can only imagine it's to somehow use in their promotional to gather more positive views on what they're doing. That's the only thing it can mean. They put that on their website if it's a really good comment or something.
If you don't do the survey, you get a follow-up email that says you didn't fill out our survey.
Exactly.
Here's your chance.
They keep pestering you about the surveys.
No, don't poke the zombie.
Yeah, looks like I really woke old back door up with my Aphid Lip Minute.
I think that's a thumbs down, Aphid Lip. I'm sorry.
He's got a strong back.
He does.
I'll give him a few minutes and then we'll let him go on his way. Let me grab
No, if he falls, I want to see.
Yeah.
He's leading.
Oh, you can use that guide on his back of his wall, almost like a ruler, to see where
it's the angle.
We should draw a little something on the screen there. Draw a vertical line and see if there he goes.
Wait, so you went to your doctor's office and they asked you to fill out a survey, or your child?
Oh, are you asking me? Oh,
Yes.
Oh, yeah. If I go, because we have to have an app, all right, and the app asks you for a survey. And which the app is convenient. It reminds you about your thing. It tells you what
portal,
you need to do.
Right? It's like the portal you get the test results.
If the test results come instantly, you get a notification and let you know that they're there. Yeah. So the app is great, but it hounds you for a survey. And then the email that you have to give to get onto the app in the first place, you get another email from them saying, take this survey. Let us know what we can improve on. Right. And then on top of that, we get a call or a text from that same trip, wanting to know. We haven't obviously taken the survey, so they're wanting us. The surveys are everywhere. Everywhere you go now, everything you do, you have to take a survey after to let them know how your experience is.
I went into a shop in shopping set, you call them malls or whatever,
right?
Buying some clothes for my daughter. And I've never been hit so much on emails by this company. So my daughter bought some clothes, and it was like, if you sign up to our app and do our survey, you get like 10% off. So I thought,
right,
okay,
free taco.
Off. Yeah, why not? And it was. Do you have it there? Oh, is it Abercrombie and Finch?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's probably
Yeah.
because it's an American company.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and yeah. Oh my god, I must get about 2 or 3 emails off them a week. Like,
It's
just-
now
oh,
when
it just
I don't know.
doesn't help.
Obviously, it must not be common over there. But now, if you go to even the pharmacy or any store, pretty much, I would say at least 30% of them ask for your email, and they don't even say, "Can we have your email?" When you check out, they almost present it like they have to have your email to finish the
Part of the
transaction.
purchase. Yeah.
So a lot of people, I'm
Yeah,
sure,
same-
think
same
that,
here.
oh, well, okay, let me give you my email so you can check me out here. But I tell them all the time, I'm like, no, I'm not giving you my email.
See, all that shit
I
started
like,
with Radio
I like to
Shack.
give them an email that doesn't work. That's the
Radio Shack.
I was just thinking that. I remember trying to buy a battery from
They
Radio
needed
Shack.
your email or your phone number.
You got to
Oh.
give your email, your
Oh.
business address, your phone number.
Ugh.
It's like, dude, can I just buy a battery? Can I
I
throw the money on
know.
the counter and run out?
It's getting out of control. But like I said, my experience is great until you start hounding me with your stupid survey.
Yeah,
What you got there? Jack Daniels.
That data's worth a lot of money, isn't it? So.
It must be worth a lot of money.
Right,
I'll tell you
right.
what. You give me money and I'll do the damn survey.
Right, exactly.
Well,
I remember.
free taco.
Do you guys remember the like what Swatch watches? This is back in the mid '80s, and then Coca-Cola tried to jump on the bandwagon. They had Coca-Cola watches and Coca-Cola shirts, and I remember I really wanted a Coca-Cola shirt, and it was like, and now it seems silly, but it was like $35 or something. And my dad was like, "What? They should be paying you to wear that damn shirt."
He was right.
He was. I didn't.
Yeah, he was.
I had to mow grass to be able to pay for that shirt because he wouldn't buy it for me.
That's like we had
Dad was a good man.
Well, no, on Welshman. We had a band of cigarettes called Benson and Hedges Gold.
I remember that.
They have those here.
Yeah.
Yeah, my aunt smoked
And
them.
in the
They were
early-
skinny.
In the early 90s, it was like I think the promotion started in January, and you could collect cards inside the pack, which would give you 1 point, and then you could get like a pair of sunglasses or a T-shirt. And I smoked myself to death, and I got these pair of sunglasses, and they were like I could have bought them for £2 in a shop. It was like, oh, they're so shit. It's unreal.
Camel
Oh,
cigarettes had Camel Cash in them for years. I had
Yeah.
stacks and stacks of Camel
So did
Cash.
Marlboro did too.
Camel Cat.
And my
I
buddy
vaguely
got
remember that.
my buddy
Oh,
got a
I
Marlboro,
bought-
like, triple Fat Goose winter jacket with a huge Marlboro logo.
Oh man, he had to smoke like 40,000 packs of smokes for that.
And all that just to advertise cigarettes on your person.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll tell you a funny story with me and Marlboro Fags. I brought back 7,000 cigarettes from South America after importing classic vehicle from Argentina.
7,000? Jesus.
Yeah, and they only cost me 40p a pack. This is in 2004, so there's good markup on that. Like, so I thought if I get pulled, I get pulled. So I just fucking just bought them. I just bought back as much as I could in my cases. So I went to
7,000 packs or 7,000 individual.
7,000 20s, 20 packs, 7,000 in total. Yeah. Yeah, and then I went to a festival called Virgin Festival, and they had Marlboro machines there.
Yeah.
And they had all different, like Marlboros you'd never see ever, like in shops. They had them all on these vending machines. So I used to just walk up to it. I used to stick a fag butt into the coin neck and just sit outside and sell my fucking smokes. I made a fortune. I did. Yeah, it was fucking class. And I did it a year later. They had security there all the time then, because I just fucking had a good time.
Well,
All right,
isn't
real
it
quick,
weird?
guys.
Say my facts.
Real quick. Hey, good night, Martin. We'll see you
No,
later.
no.
I was.
Oh, come on.
I have to.
Would you do the same for
Please.
me?
Yeah.
No, you want it.
I was thinking, it'd be great. Like later on, we can fast forward through it and we can slowly watch him go. Be like time lapse.
You saved it from further.
He'll just wake up and he'll go to bed, and that's fine.
Right.
In the UK, you guys sell.
What a good
pack
friend,
of
Steve.
10, right?
You never took black magic marker and wrote on your passed out friend's legs and arms,
I
did
never
you?
thought that was legit. And if a guy flips out when he wakes up and starts clocking people, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it totally is.
You know?
It totally is.
If you're going to draw on somebody, then you better be able to face the consequences.
Right.
The old website collegehumor.com, they had hundreds of those where people magic markered, their friends, and made fools out of them. And oh my God, they were funny.
We've stuck Nazi symbols on his cheek and his forehead and sent him to the local packies for the paper and £4 of milk. Maybe we should do that. We've done that a few times to the same guy.
And what happened, Baseball?
He's fucking he's not the cleverest fucker. He's just walking in and out. People stare at him. He just carry on as normal. He's a bit thick.
You can't fall asleep around your friends. It's just
yeah.
Has anybody watched CKY2K? That's the best falling asleep around your friends.
Yeah. Especially when you got an IQ of about fucking 70 or something. You know what I mean?
Nathan, what's the thing you just mentioned?
CKY2K. It's with a Bam when he was in the hotel room and well, actually, it wasn't. What happened? The Brandon D. Mercurio guy, his Bam's friend.
Yeah.
He shit and then wiped his ass, and it was just caked on shit on the toilet paper, and he wiped it across Ryan Dunn's cheek, and then did he stuff it in his mouth?
Oh man,
Topple, you seen it, haven't you? I can't remember what he did with it, but
I think he just wiped his cheek with him. I think.
And then Ryan Dunn wakes up and Brandon's sleeping, so he goes in there and he starts pissing. He's sleeping with his mouth open, and he just fills his mouth with piss, and it's just running down the side.
Once at college, there were a lad who had this tuna sandwich, and he was eating this tuna sandwich, and then his so-called mate showed him a video of him taking his tuna sandwich into the bathroom and putting a turd inside it.
Oh, Jesus.
After he'd eaten the sandwich, he showed the picture of the turd in the sandwich.
How can you miss that? How can you miss while eating?
Yeah, it seems like that would be a little bit fun.
Like
I've never actually tasted shit, but I can only imagine it would put a foul taste onto that tuna sandwich.
Yeah, it'd be a bit spicy. It'd be a bit spicy with the tuna, wouldn't it? It'd be like when
I hate when they put nuts in my tuna.
I think he'd only had like a bite of it. I don't think he'd actually bit into the
Hold on a minute. I'm gonna go throw up and then.
Yeah, can we? Hey, Fig Lib, you had your burrito tonight with that cheese sauce.
Oh yeah.
Oh, can we change this?
That cheese sauce, mate. I'll tell you.
I'm not drunk enough yet for this.
You've got to be careful.
Hold on, total nutter. Not bad.
It's funny. Most of my friends.
That cheese sauce was it a bit salty?
It was. And it filled up my protein for the week.
This brings me right back to Austin Powers. One of the great shit jokes of all time is when he's eating the fucking the coffee or whatever it was.
Oh yeah,
like, it's a bit nutty. It's a bit nutty. Horrible English accent. Sorry.
It's as good as his.
It's a bit nutty. Great scene, man. People are like dry heaving in the background. So
he's got it all over his lips.
People who think we're crude,
it's not quite the same.
We are crude for talking about it, but it was in a movie, so
right.
It's not quite the same. But the Dumb and Dumber scene when cops drinking piss at beer bottle.
Yeah, and it makes me feel worse, though. I'm like, wow, he wiped shit on Ryan Dunn's cheek.
Hey, was it the
he did.
Goodfellas, where the cops come in to get something from the restaurant. They're taking out the sandwich, and he opens it up and gobs in it, and then puts it back and puts the foil around it.
Oh, I think
right.
That was
all right, guys. Yeah, was it Goodfellas or was it?
It was at the beginning of Goodfellas when he's doing the different jobs for the different.
That's it.
When he's a kid still.
Wasn't it like in Super Troopers or one of those movies where the guy's like, I need a burger meal. It's for a cop.
Yes.
Like yelling back.
There was a radio show that I used to listen to with two funny guys. Mike, I think it was called Mike and Mike, the Mike and Mike show.
Oh,
Sounds
that was
right,
that was a syndicated show.
Yeah, it was. But of course, they used to go on vacation and they would, do reruns for maybe a week. But they would announce the reruns with the announcer would say, like whole kernel corn, it's better the second time around. The Mike and Mike show.
That's coming out.
That's very good. Interesting.
All right, so we've all had our.
So what happened to you, Steve, that you get so upset about that? People drawing on people. Something happened to you personally in college or something?
No, I just never agreed with it.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, I always let it be known, like, if you guys do that shit to me, I'm throwing, dude.
Yeah.
Pants are flying, and I don't care if I get my ass kicked or if I knock somebody's fucking jaw in half. Like,
right.
I'm
Steve,
rolling,
would you been pissed off if you went to the local Packies and got a newspaper and 4 pints of milk? with swastikas on your forehead and stuff.
Now, let me clarify something, Welsh. When you say Packy, over here we call it the Packy, but we're referring to the package store where you go and buy alcohol.
Yeah.
Clarify, you're talking about Packy says Pakistanis.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was talking about 7-Eleven, what we would call the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I'm talking. We call them corner shops, Pakistani corner shops, basically. And these days that might be sounded as racist, but what I'm referring to, I'm 50 now. That was mostly when I was 20. That's 30 years ago. So that's how I talk from that period, and I'm not going to change it.
Fantastic line at the end of the film of Mrs. Doubtfire, when she's with the little monkey on the settee, and she goes, "Oh yeah, that's England." And they all speak Pakistan there. It's fucking.
Only in Bradford.
I did go through the airport in Londonistan.
Londonistan. There. It's funny. Are you familiar? Do you call when you go and buy liquor a package store? Does anyone else talk?
No, not in the UK.
We call it an off-license here.
Not in the Midwest.
Yeah, we call it the Packy up here.
I've certainly heard of that term.
It's an old term because you would go and you would leave with it discreetly.
Yeah,
because you wouldn't want people to know you were going to get booze.
The censors were really hot and hard on that Packy, term for a while.
Yeah.
They didn't like that at all.
The very frustrating thing here, I don't know if you've experienced it, Biscuit and Welshman, is you've got to make sure you time it right as well. You just want to go in a shop, you want to buy a pack of fags, or you want to buy some mints, or whatever it might be. And then to the door, there's a fucking sign on there going, just at prayers. So, because they pray 5 times a day. So the shop's up for 10 minutes, and you just sit outside thinking, for fuck's sake, I just want to buy a packet of fags. You know what I mean?
I know. That's,
Where I live,
there are throwback elements there, on the religious level that are like,
progress.
No, I don't.
Progress.
Know.
Yeah, I bought all the zigzags out at the Packy down the street here. No kidding, I really did. Guy said to me the last time, he's like, "That's it, you got them all." It's like, well, order more, motherfucker.
Was he a Packy?
Was he Pakistani?
Yeah.
No, I think they're. I want to get Lebanese.
You can't
Lebanese.
tell.
Very nice.
Yeah, there are so many ethnicities out there that resemble Pakistanis that you can't tell.
They're super cool.
I read that
when you have a mechanic that's close to your house, you can drop your car off and walk home, and not to be like, change the oil, take your time. I'm not going to sit there like a plebe in the fucking showroom and read 5-year-old magazines. I'm just going to walk home. That's the best feeling. Like
greasy motor trends.
Yeah, totally. And there's other people sitting there. I'm like, just call me. I'll walk down.
And the foreigners work there too?
They own the place. They're great.
Oh, really? Yeah. We don't have many foreign-owned automotive stores around here. It's always the quick shops, the Subways, and the liquor stores.
Well, no, they own the whole. It's a nice big gas station with the full garage, and the uncle works at night. The wife is the secretary. They all work. The kid changes oil, so it's like cool. They see them all living the American dream, and I think they're making pretty good dough.
Yeah,
that's where you live.
Good for her.
I like that. That's the type of immigrant that you like. The immigrant family that buys a business, they're kicking ass.
Man, the immigrants that I come into contact with, the business owner immigrants, they work hard, man. They work like
they do
way more hours than American people do.
They contribute to society.
My brother-in-law is Chinese.
Chinese? Wow,
he
look
is.
at you.
And one of his cousins' family had a Chinese restaurant.
Okay.
And so basically it's what you would expect. The first generation demand that the kids work in there, but the kids don't want to work the rest of their lives in the Chinese restaurant. The parents are proud of it and think it's a great business, and the kids they don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I think I brought up the Chinese. We have a Chinese restaurant here that it's like the soup Nazi on Seinfeld. It's good, but they don't treat you just got to obey their rules, Right. And the lady, I think I told you guys, I went in there during COVID and she sprayed my hands with vinegar. Anyway,
the story.
Old man.
Tell the story.
Well, I went in there, maybe 2-3 months ago, and the same thing. She's still spraying your hand with vinegar.
Why not alcohol?
I don't know, man. But your hands, when you leave there, they're so strong with vinegar. You get in your car and you're like, and she sprays your hand right before she hands you the food.
I don't think that's a good disinfectant.
I don't know, but anyway, so it's a brown paper bag. It's a brown paper bag, and she says, "Hold bottom, please," because she wants you to hold the bottom so it don't fall out the bottom. And it even says "Hold bottom, please" on there. That's like what they're famous for, because she says that. But anyway, the old man that runs that place, her husband, he had a stroke recently. It's been over a month, maybe 2 months now, and they have not been open since because he didn't tell anybody his recipes. So they're unable to continue until he either gets better or there's word that his kids might come back and try to run the place because there's nobody that knows how to make the recipes because he didn't write them down.
Downside of a family business.
That's right. I would be the same. My business would be the same way. We'd be done. There'd be no continuation of my business if something happened.
Maybe you should reschedule that stroke you're planning.
I know.
Well, there's a certain artistic aspect to your trade that not just every person is born with.
That's true. I mean,
you have an unbelievable talent.
That is true.
Well, specifically realism art, and it's really fucking cool, man.
Well, that makes me uncomfortable, but there is, every place has their, I've always made friends with my customers, and that's been the key to, I just treat them just like they're a friend of mine. But, so if something happens to me, it's done with. I'd
like to get that treatment. Maybe I should buy a sign from you.
I think I treat you like you're my friend. At least I try to.
Do you make neon?
I'm kidding.
No, I don't. There's nobody that does that anymore. That's a lost. There's one person that I know of in the whole St. Louis metropolitan area that makes neon still.
Oh,
and
man,
they're like you asked them
behind Last Dance.
I mean, don't you have to do like bend glass? You have to be like a glass blower. And technology with the neon too.
Well, it's in the even when they charge $1,000 or more for some ridiculously small like something like that costs over there, the amount of time that goes into creating something like that.
Can you not make a neon? Does it have to be glass? Yeah. Can't you make it with like an acrylic or something like that?
Well, I mean, you can have fake one that's made out of LED lights, but it's not the same.
No, I mean, can you not make the does it have to be glass?
It has to be glass.
Yeah, because it's filled exactly. Yeah, there's a gas that's like this one right here. There's a gas that's inside there that makes it pink.
It has to be sealed.
Yes, there's only
it'll leak out.
There's only several colors that you can make with it.
Yeah, but plastic can be sealed as well, can't it? You make pressure chambers out of plastic.
No, it would be distorted by
the heat.
The heat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose
Warping.
There's high voltage.
How long does the gas last? How long does the gas last?
I think forever because it's completely sealed in there. You know, if there's a leak, it won't work anymore.
Usually it's the transformers that go first.
This one, I got Core's one right above my thumb right here, and it's probably 30, 40 years old, you know, and it's...
Did you get that for free?
Yeah, somebody gave it to me.
Look at how bright that, dude. It's like the sun up there. Practically.
It's like the day it was made.
Yeah.
Now, maybe something like that. Maybe there's some, you know, maybe there's some factory where some mechanical parts bend the glass and heat it. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, but does the gas... I don't know anything about this, but does the gas... What's happening to the gas then? Is it just be?
You just pass an electric.
I really don't know. I don't know.
You pass an electric current through the gas.
I could call my buddy
into plasma.
I could call my buddy Charlie because my buddy Charlie knows all about neon.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. What Biscuit's saying about plasma. You're charging the gas. Yep, and it has a.
But what's strange to me is that. Right, okay, I understood that. Thanks, Biscuit. I didn't know that.
But based is being electrocuted.
It's got the energy being expended there, so you would have thought that maybe, obviously it doesn't because it lasts so long, that it would be not an infinite amount of energy that's being heated up and losing some energy, but obviously it doesn't then. That's amazing.
No, basically, it's just a constant loop of the gas. Just it takes the energy from your plug socket and just charges up the particles inside, and it causes it to glow.
Wow! Learned something tonight. Good.
Yeah.
15 years. 15 years is what they say those neon signs.
Oh, this sign's got to be well over 15 years.
Yeah, but because it's old, that's why it's lasting.
It could be.
No,
well, it's like that light bulb that's still going 50 years later in a fire department.
You see a lot of signs like this still exist, like in bars and stuff. You'll see them in the windows and stuff. But that's about it. Like the neon signs at businesses and stuff, because it doesn't make sense to. Well, a lot of old, like when I would take down signs, older signs, like the channel letter signs, like one you would see that would be, you know, the letters of a business or whatever. Inside that, before they had LEDs, was neon. So it would be, and you would lose a letter, and you would have to get a new letter made by some neon company.
Yeah.
Huh. No kidding.
But but since LED, now they just wrap LED, you know, inside, you know, just like what's in Topple's ceiling right there. They wrap that inside of the channel.
Oh yeah.
Like that one I put up. I showed you in last day.
Power probably too.
Well, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I'm very familiar with LEDs. I'm all about them. They're the way of the future. And the amount of UMOLs, I think it's called, that they put out per joule is way higher than anything comparable.
Right.
Compact fluorescents are decent, but compact fluorescents have mercury in
Right.
In
I just got rid of mine. I had to find a Home Depot that
yeah.
off at.
So replacing those with LEDs is totally awesome. And
LEDs cheap these days anyway. Back then, they were skyrocket, but you go Home Depot, get a pack of 10 for $12 now. So
yeah, it's great. Now there is one problem. There's a new thing they're coming out with now with light fixtures that have a permanent LED bulb, I guess you would call it, or multiple diode fixture. But the problem is they say it lasts 10 years, but then you cannot replace the LEDs. You have to replace the fixture. So if you're not handy with a voltage tester, you have to
replace the driver.
Yeah, or you have to just replace the whole thing is what it comes down to.
Nice one, lads. I'm back to I'm dropping off.
See you, Base.
All right,
Base.
Great talking to you, Base.
Nice one, boys. Sorry, I was a bit choppy earlier.
Oh no, it's always a pleasure.
Hey, take care of yourself, Base.
Lads.
Great. Thanks, buddy. See you, man.
Oh,
Good old based Welshman.
Right. How about that fucking guy? No, I'm kidding. I'm sure he's watching for a few minutes, like seeing what we're saying about him. That guy's fucking crazy, man. He just goes
asshole.
on and on. Jesus, no. He's great.
But I love him because he's got a lot of data. He's got a lot of Got a lot of info.
Well, she's been coming for a long time, and
he brings the receipts. That's what we need.
I like return customers, man. He's cool. He's the man. And
hey, Steve, I got to tell you something. It's so funny you should say that. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I said goodbye to you all, and then I still had the other part open. So I walked away from the machine as being a real good boy as well, because I thought, right, I'll wash up the glass that I've used so my wife comes down. It's not a mess in the morning. So I was but you were in the background and you go, it was so funny. I was giggling. You were going, I don't know if you remember. Because what you know, Lee's a nice guy, but what is it with the Brits saying they have to say goodbye like 7 times? Just say goodbye, off you go. Do you know what I mean? Because you were really making me giggle because you go, I bet he still got it on, and it was by accident, but I was really giggling. Thinking, I'm listening to you. You were very polite though, which is very nice.
Thank you, my friend. I hope I didn't mean anything if I was being a mean.
Oh, I know that totally. And the next week I thought, I don't know, when I sign off, I should turn around and go, right, I'm fucking out of here, bye, and just go.
There you go.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think that's rude. I have to say goodbye to everybody. That's why I say it 6 or 7 times.
That's funny, man. I love it.
Man. Well, the reason Smokesteve says that is because he doesn't say, he just goes, gone.
I just leave. Yeah,
you're doing a hell of a job tonight. He's not even faded tonight.
No, not yet. He needs to do some more of those shots. It's usually after he does the shots.
I mean, earlier I'm like, I don't drink sweet liquor anymore, and then I'm drinking the Tennessee honey. I talk so much shit, it's unbelievable. But literally, fucking Sammy Cat comes over last night. She's like, hey, I have all these awesome fleeces for the girls, and here you go, Smokesteve. And she hands me a box of booze, and I'm like, what?
Nice.
Like, comes with presents. Who can
complain? Right. She's like, I had to clean out the liquor cabinet. It's getting ridiculous. And she gave me, peppermint schnapps, honey whiskey, straight whiskey. Last night I had the
honey whiskey's gorgeous.
That's not a good idea. No, like normally I'm not going to be bringing the booze downstairs. Booze needs to stay up there. Otherwise,
it's healthier for you, though.
Yeah, keep it away.
No. It's healthier just to drink the liquor
than the beer.
Well, yeah, especially if it's Bud Light.
The beer is mostly constituted of water. That's the way I look at it. So, getting hydrated with the beer. It's hydration.
Hey, at least she comes over with gifts. She doesn't come over and steal your stash like Aphid's friend.
Yeah, that's right, asshole. His wife was over here recently.
What is that? A copper mug, dude? From
it's a Russian mule, wherever the hell mug.
Mule, Moscow Mule.
Yeah, Moscow Mule, where the hell it is. I can't find my list.
Moscow Mule.
Mule.
It looks like a prop from Lord of the Rings.
Do you all partake?
Have you never seen these?
Now I know where they got their props from.
Right.
AKA a Moscow ass.
Whatever, it's nasty. Whatever she puts in it, though, it's ginger and what is it? Ginger and what?
I don't know what's in a Moscow Mule.
Vodka?
Isn't
you think so?
His wife around? She was.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah, it's ginger beer and vodka.
Yeah,
with the lime.
Yeah.
Ginger beer? Was that like Asian?
No, ginger beer. Mostly Jamaican. There's some really good Jamaican ginger beers.
Really?
It's really nice. It's really nice as well.
It's like a really strong ginger ale.
Krabby's ginger beer.
Yeah, gorgeous. Yeah.
Well, I don't drink soda, but if I was,
no, it's not soda.
Pour a lot of rum in there.
Alcoholic ginger beer.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Was it like a Mike's Hard Lemonade and shit?
That's a chick beer.
Do you all partake every night then? Do you all have a drink every night, or do you?
No, I'm not an alcoholic.
No. I'm not gonna.
Shit, I am. No, you don't have to get blasted every night.
I got kids, goddammit.
I
would like to, but I don't.
Beer.
I probably drink 2, maybe 3 tops beers a night.
Yeah, I drink a couple of beers.
Unless you get access to the Natty Daddy.
I did my can return today. I'm embarrassed.
What?
You're what?
I'm embarrassed.
Of what? What'd you do?
I returned all the redeemables, the cans, since June. Okay.
Oh,
what, like a homeless guy? You came in with like a.
You're like Santa Claus.
Like gigantic sacks.
It's 9 months. Okay.
Holy crap! Oh my God.
Well, we
Mrs.
we have a separate bin for our cans and bottles, don't we, Biscuit? And yeah, it's quite funny sometimes listening to the neighbours, and all you hear is ching 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 fucking bottles just all going. Mind you, I'm just as bad, but yeah, you think, oh right, yeah, they drink quite a bit then, as you hear all the wine bottles crashing into the bins and God knows what.
Mine all you can hear is the crinkle of 100 2-litre bottles of Diet Coke.
Oh.
I unloaded all the bags of cans, and he comes over and inspects them. Right? He's like shakes them. He looks inside. Make sure there's no counterfeit merchandise in there.
Each one?
No, like quickly though. It takes him about 30 seconds, and I just said, "What do you make me an offer? I'll take whatever." And he says, $90.
$90?
$90?
Yeah.
Jesus, how many trips did you have to make
That's
inside the store?
Is that
that was 9 months, dude. 9 months.
What did you do? Did you bring like one of those dumpsters, with the big truck?
No, these guys are not great at estimating. It's a technique I have. I fill a bunch of bags, and then I'm like, make me an offer. And he's like, he said, I'm not going to lie, he said 96. I felt bad. I was like, make it 90. We'll be fine.
Wait, what?
You just failed capitalism school.
I gave him
Someone comes to empty. What's happening here? I don't understand.
Is this a metal shop?
He's collecting his beers, which I don't know where he's putting them.
His state requires deposits.
I have a special spot on the property, way the fuck away from
That's got to be a huge space.
Right next to the neighbor's house.
It's a 4-car garage. That's what it is.
Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, go on. And then
You open the door, they just come falling out.
and they pay you to take it away.
No. We pay when we buy.
He pays a deposit.
They
and he
give
gets to refund it.
We pay for 5 cents to buy each one, and when you return this, you get 5 cents back.
Okay, well, 5 cents.
You should cut the tops and bottoms off and shingle.
I'm gonna do some math.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing it right now. It's in the thousands. I mean, so 5 cents times 20 is $1. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with $1 is 20. So $1, and that means we're at what, $90 times 100. So it's 1,800 cans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
See, this is
That's a lot of cans.
Yeah.
Are you telling me you bring 1,800 cans at a time?
In a week?
It was 9 months.
Are they smashed?
No, it was since June. It was since June, like early summer last year.
Yeah. Okay.
How many beers?
Parties too.
How many beers?
1,800.
Okay.
So Smokesteve,
Now here we go.
What was the time period again? From when?
9 months.
This is family and friends and
but it's not all beer. You have to remember this is every can that goes through.
Every aluminum can.
So that's seven a day.
There you go.
That's 200 cans a week. No, a month.
Right, which basically means all the seltzer, all the beer, all the maybe a few Diet Coke.
That's 6.5 cans a day.
That's about right.
Yeah.
But that's more than beer. That's everything we have. And can-wise.
We're not judging you, Steve.
Cans from food as well.
I should say I'm not judging you.
Not to your face, at least. Come on.
Lee's judging you.
Well, I'll tell you this. That's about 75% cans. So the rest would mostly be Diet Coke and Schweppes
And shorts,
seltzer water.
whiskey. And
No,
Yeah,
they don't give you money for that, so no deal.
You don't look like a Schweppes guy.
But no,
The
one of
Schweppes is
dr-
mixed with something, I guarantee you.
white wine. There's a wine spritzer that might be popular in the household if you follow me.
Man, I can't.
Maybe.
Smokesteve, there's definitely more than 6.66 cans leaving the trash can a day at my house, so I can't.
Yeah, but you don't get any money for them, huh?
No.
I mean, maybe
Well,
I
he
could
doesn't-
if I went to the aluminum recycle place. That's
But he
how I
doesn't
would
pay
get.
any
Don't
money
do
either.
that.
He doesn't pay
You
No,
don't
I
pay.
don't.
We pay an extra 5 cents per can. So to me, it's like I want that shit back.
So when you go to
Hey,
parties and bring your cooler and you get done with a can, you just throw it back in the cooler?
No, I don't go to parties.
Oh.
I'm a fucking
Ethan,
recluse,
I was
bro.
gonna say to you, mate, don't do that, mate. Don't sign up to do that because you're gonna have to fill in a fucking survey if you do that.
Right.
We don't go to parties, and if I do, I bring a couple bottles of water and maybe a joint, and then I'm done and go back home and drink at home. You know how it is. You can't drink out.
You can't drink and drive. It's
You're
too
like
long.
George Thorogood. You drink
Stay
alone.
away from the
Uber.
cars.
Well,
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
not
what there's
alone
a
here.
for. They do the driving.
Uber's
Come on.
expensive.
It doesn't matter for never mind.
Yeah, the last time I had an Uber was after Thanksgiving dinner, and I asked the driver, "Hey, what'd you have for Thanksgiving?" And he goes, "Same as you, turkey. What do you think I had?" And I was like, "Jesus Christ, just got me home, dude." Sorry, I asked. Fucking weirdo. Yeah, fucking uncomfortable.
Are you sure that was an Uber?
No, it was. He was just insulted that I insinuated that maybe because he looked Middle Eastern, that maybe he had like goat or something.
Rice and raisins.
Clearly, what I was thinking.
Turkey's not the only meat you have at Christmas. You have pork and you have, what else? Chicken.
Not
No,
here.
Don't say pork to those guys. Then you're really
Yeah.
You think you're on your shit list for asking? Mention pork, and you're gonna be
all right.
Well, I'm only 6
put you in
months
the
away. I
trunk.
have my own personal Uber. My son should get his license by then, so.
Oh, no kidding, huh?
I'm sure he'll be really ecstatic to drive around
well,
with
if
a
you
drunk
want-
dad from place to place.
No, parents, not just that.
That would be really funny if you guys used him and paid him to take you out to dinner. And then
He's
pick
using
you
my
up and
car.
take you home.
He's using my car, so.
Right.
This is why I had kids in the first place.
Yes.
That is hilarious.
We've done that with our friends' kids already. So they lend him the minivan and they just chaperone us everywhere.
Yeah.
I always try that with my daughter. Half the time she says, "Just get an Uber."
Really?
Right.
That's a
Yeah, but
mean
she's
daughter.
30.
Oh, okay.
Right. I mean, yeah, and let's face it, whose dog is it?
It's great seeing all of you. I'm gonna go
Oh,
off.
see you,
I'm
Cypher.
gonna stay on sidebar, but I'm going offline.
We'll see you in the
All right, buddy.
sidebar.
All right. See you on the
Take care,
sidebar.
Cypher.
You see ya.
That old sidebar.
Sidebar.
So you and
Sidebar.
your wife went out drinking tonight, AFED. So did you guys use a Uber or?
No, well, I only had the small margarita. She had the large.
I was about
That
to
was
say,
it.
She probably drove.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I've driven when I shouldn't have.
I can only think of one or two times I'm very strict about that.
Yeah. Well, nowadays I take an Uber if I don't want to limit my drinking. It's expensive, but I do this maybe once a year, like the
how
Christmas.
expensive is it?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Where? Fells
Yeah,
Point. in
Well, no.
Baltimore?
How many miles is it?
Well, it's maybe 25 miles,
Okay.
but it's
What
funny.
is it?
It's
Is
like
it
when
a
I
buck a
go,
mile?
they charge more during rush hour, like a lot more. So when I go, it's like maybe 2:30, 3. It's like
Okay.
$30. When I come back at 7 or 8, it's like 50.
Jesus.
I mean, that's
Oh, yeah,
$80 to
It's a peace of mind, though. You don't have to.
Well, right.
get
That's
home.
it's
That's the
only
big-
once, maybe twice a year. So I'm.
And you make fun of me being
Yeah,
cheap.
that's fine.
Well, I'm on a fixed income, man.
Well, my main reason for not going out and drinking too much and coming home is for that reason. It's too expensive.
Well, that
I'm not going to
price,
spend
wouldn't it be cheaper to have a
$7 for a beer I can have for
to get a room for the night
$1?
and get in an Uber?
No,
A
it wouldn't be
room?
cheaper to get a room.
Depends on where you are.
Hotel rooms are expensive.
Yeah.
Unless you get the motels that you charge by hour and you really don't want to touch those beds.
Well, here for the cheapest rooms in cities like Manchester, they're like £35 for night.
My God,
How much is that in dollars? Like 20 something?
50.
Yeah,
20
that's
on,
right,
yeah,
yeah.
about $28, something like that.
No, I think
Well,
the pound
the thing
is
is-
more.
I'm
More like
biscuit
50.
bakes. Are you up at Bradford, biscuit bakes? Are you Bradford?
Yeah.
Say again?
Still though.
Are you living in Bradford?
No, I'm in Doncaster, but I went up to
Doncaster.
Manchester to see Trigger Warning Lads.
Yeah.
Was it a shit hotel?
I mean, I
No,
live
it
just
was.
south
It
of
was.
Manchester.
It's called Premier Inn.
Yeah.
Premier, huh?
Sounds pretty bad.
I paid an extra
Sounds
£5,
great.
and I got all I could eat breakfast as well.
No kidding, huh?
Are the walls shaking?
I live in a biscuit. I live in South Manchester. It's at the suburbs of the city, and the great thing here is that the transport system's absolutely brilliant. I mean, if we go into town, we just get the tram. And that costs about, to get into the city centre and back, costs about £4. So I don't know that would be in dollars, but but it's great because you're in town in literally 10 minutes because obviously it's
£4?
straight line,
No
right?
kidding, huh?
The problem with
yeah.
I could do that with Baltimore. The problem is that the train is not a very safe place to be.
Oh my God,
Especially if you're drunk.
You definitely not want to be.
You might as well just throw
there's
your
a lot
wallet
of,
on the seat just to make it easy.
Yeah,
on
there's a
yourself.
lot of inspectors on the trams because they don't want any ticket dodgers. So it's quite
It's
well
just the
policed,
opposite
to be
here.
honest.
Yeah, there's
The
no
light rail. There's nobody, and it's very tempting
Oh my God.
to just not pay. Except that every once in a while, there's an inspector that'll check.
Yeah. No,
The
they're
problem
quite-
here
they're
is
quite
getting
hot.
shot and killed.
Yeah,
It's a little bit different.
That's the problem I'm worried about. Too.
Yeah, we don't kind of have that problem here, thankfully.
It's not just the it's not just
We've got run the risk of getting stabbed here. That's all.
the security guards themselves are the ones that are getting shot and killed here all the time.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah, I mean St. Louis. If you ever make it to St. Louis, do not trust me. Please do not take the public transportation.
Right.
And by the way, East St. Louis is not the eastern part of St. Louis. It's
No, it is not.
It's a separate city where nobody.
is.
You never want to go there for any reason.
Right.
East St. Louis is in Illinois.
It
You ever
is
thought
true.
about purchasing a pistol? Last Dance?
No,
Really?
no, just
I mean,
He doesn't-
I'd have to get a concealed carry permit.
He doesn't want to milk a. He doesn't want a cow to be milked. Do you really think he would want to kill a human being?
No, well, I mean, hey, it's just something to have in your pocket.
It depends on the laws.
I don't
where you are,
object to
too.
people carrying a gun for self-defense, but it would. I almost certainly end up getting killed if I pulled out a gun.
Is it because of your physical presence is so large?
Yeah, that's.
You're not concerned about a
That
bullet.
must be it. I think the halo over my head would keep people from attacking me.
Do you at least have a panic room?
Panic.
No.
So rather than ride the dangerous rails, which apparently are loaded with criminals at every turn, and carry a pistol, you would just prefer to avoid riding the rails.
Well, I just take an Uber.
Yeah, $80.
Exactly.
Yeah.
80, right.
Once a year, twice if I'm lucky.
Right, I hear you. No, I mean,
You did a pub crawl not too long ago, didn't you?
Right, that's what I'm talking about. These are some friends that I had from work that I don't really see unless we all get together.
You guys just get hammered?
It varies depending on who you are. And some of them are much better at holding their liquor than I am.
No kidding. You seem to do well on here, buddy.
Well, I've been building up tolerance thanks to the pub here.
All right.
It's nice to know that the Defense Department of the United States is so good at keeping their beer
It varies.
tolerance up.
It varies.
Yeah, I can hear you. We all can't beat Jack Ryan, right?
That's right.
No.
Is that his name? Did I get it right?
I think so. I knew who you were talking about.
He is a Tom Clancy
Tom
character.
Clancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. That was another moment to when I realized young at a young age when like it was multiple books and multiple stories featuring the same guy, different actors playing him. I was like, wow, cool. You know, talked about Predator and Alien earlier, but yeah, that's kind of another literary person that travels through multiple different realms, sort of, I guess.
Yeah, a little, not much, but a little similarity to James Bond, I guess. So,
yeah,
but
in a way,
bit more hardcore, really.
You don't think Tom Clancy was, all original, do you?
No. No, I do remember.
But why do you say that? Why do you say that?
I mean, his character is like an American version of James Bond, basically.
Yeah.
More, modern version of the Cold War as opposed to the old style.
Yeah.
If you that sounds about right.
Do you guys text to chat by any chance? Like, if you're texting somebody, do you use the microphone feature to
voice the chat?
Yeah, whatever it's called.
On occasion.
I use Siri when I'm in the car.
So this guy it's kind of a buddy of mine. It's a customer, but like I said, I have close relationships with my customers. But this week he's got this ridiculous. It's $150,000 Mustang. It's a GT 500 Shelby Mustang that he spent $100. He's got 5 of them, by the way. But he had me change the lettering, or not the lettering, the stripes on this Mustang this week, because they were kind of a dark blue and they were almost black, and he really wanted like a vibrant blue, so I did that for him this week. But anyway, the whole time, because he's got a business, that's how I know him, and he's doing that the voice chat thing, and he multiple times he with a straight face did the LOL thing.
What?
And it's one of the reasons why I just can't I've never typed LOL unless I was trying to be sarcastic. And, I mean, the whole point.
You didn't say anything, did you?
No, I didn't. The whole point of LOL is that you're laughing out loud.
I know.
And he could not have been more jovial. He couldn't have been less. He couldn't have been less jovial about what he was trying to portray when he was talking. It was just straight face, no laughing, no nothing, and there was many times that he,
go with the
said
bit,
LOL.
I mean, LOL in this day and age is used in conversation in text type because it breaks tension. I found.
What's wrong with haha? I just don't understand. I've always used haha. I've never made the switch to the dark side.
I use those both interchangeably.
And I'll tell you, if I do use haha, I'm actually I think whatever I'm saying is funny. So if you see me say haha, I'm laughing and smiling at least on the other side of that.
Passive aggressive at all though?
I don't what?
Yeah, that's the only time I use LOLs when I'm being passive aggressive.
Well,
yeah, that's very common though.
Yeah, he's totally right.
And I hate
100%.
when I see that. It's also condescending. I always want to go through the screen.
Oh my God!
The
There's somebody that we all know that starts out every conversation with LOL.
I know exactly. You know how grating that is.
Yep, I'm not going to mention.
The LOL thing is just, I can't stand it. I
went through a phase of ending almost every conversation on a text.
I'm sorry for those of you that do use it, but I've just
it
never
was
been a fan
almost
for
like it was like a nervous laughter on end of a text. It was like just
you couldn't help. Your fingers just automatically went to the L, the O, and the L.
It was like I was using it like I'm just being casual. I'm not trying to be serious.
It was
just
like breathing.
What I'm saying serious.
Yep.
This is where I watched Steve. I watched that Gummo second part video.
Yes.
It wasn't as interesting to me as the first part, but
Definitely
this was more kind of Gummo's view of the world. He's a very smart guy, so it's interesting to listen to him. But he's not a very big fan of social media, to say the least.
No, not at all.
Gummo, what are you guys talking about? Because Gummo to me is an independent film made by Harmon Cardy or whatever his name is.
Gummo is the name of a hacker. It's his
hacker. I bet it has a relationship with that movie that I'm talking about.
It could be. I don't know where I got it from.
Well, check it out. It's on a video series called Soft White Underbelly.
Right.
And the Gummo interview #1 and #2, as well as many other cool interviews that guy does.
Right.
He's pretty interesting. It's basic. A lot of them are drug addicts. A lot of them are drunks and alcoholics, and drunks and alcoholics, different types of people. But check it out. He does some cool shit. I really
Soft
like
White Underbelly.
Yeah.
If I put that in
YouTube,
YouTube, I'll come across it.
It's very popular, and it's fascinating shit. You know, he interviews a nihilist, and I got to be honest. When I saw this, I was like, nihilist. I know that word. I looked it up. And I was like, okay, nihilist. Yeah, somebody who doesn't really have a belief in anything after basically life is complete. That a nihilist, right, has no further beliefs after life.
Lights out.
Yeah.
Lights out. Yeah. And fascinating interview. Just a random dude, you know. I love that
stuff
kind
that
of
keeps
shit.
you up at night.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shit that I love YouTube for. Like, people shit on YouTube, and I think that
No, YouTube is great. Why would you shit on YouTube?
Because
people
they
shit
do
on
so
it
much
because
censorship.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's still the best source that we have at least at this current time.
I wouldn't want to get
pretty
rid of
much-
it. I just want them to stop their censorship.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah, it's impossible for them not to censor for them to exist in the capacity that they do. They have to censor some stuff. It's just
Yeah, I will
stuff,
say
but
I
not-
heard a interview with a TikTok censor today, and I've heard several interviews, and it's actually a interesting thing to listen to those censors and what they have to go through, what physically somebody has to go through
I'm
to.
not talking about that. That horrible stuff that they actually have to watch and censor. I'm talking about.
Well, I understand that, but what
know,
the flip side of that is that there is automated systems that are put in place, and it's probably not relevant to what you're talking about.
No, it's not. I
It's
know what
not.
you're talking about. Sometimes things get censored automatically.
Right.
But then someone complains and they review it and restore
She
it.
was
But I'm-
she was describing the struggles with different religions and how that some automated censors will pick up on that and censor that when it shouldn't be, but to us, I've always had the problem with people having such a hard time with people like eating cats and stuff in different parts of the world. I mean,
hold on 1 minute. Hey, Biscuit.
Yep.
All right. Still with us, homeboy?
It's only 2 a.m. where he is.
No,
It's 3:15.
Oh.
Right, you haven't switched him back. That happens in about what an hour and
My
43 minutes.
my phone will do it automatic. I don't know if it does it after 6 a.m. or something. I don't know.
End of the month.
It's 1
Oh,
o'clock.
it doesn't happen until 6 a.m.
It happens
I don't
at
know.
midnight.
Yeah, over here it does.
March 31st.
Normally it'd be 2:15, but it's now.
No, it happens over there on the last Sunday in March.
Apparently, it
Yeah,
robs
it's-
Lee's
That's
bandwidth.
today, right?
It
Yeah.
does, yeah.
Oh,
So from
shower.
1 a.m.
No, no, it'll happen tomorrow night, then, won't it?
That's right. It's tomorrow night. You're right.
I'll
Yeah.
see you guys.
Topple, see you later, buddy.
See you later, Topp.
So it's
See ya.
it's 2:15. It is 2:15 now. It should be, or it would have been 2:15 because the clocks go forward at 1 a.m. So
Okay.
yeah, it's 2:15.
But
happened?
it's 1 a.m. tomorrow night, isn't it? Not tonight.
No, it is tomorrow night. So, I mean, right now
it's
is
tonight.
tomorrow night. It's right
Oh,
now. You've
yeah.
already gone ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've gone ahead. So 2:15
Congratulations.
is the correct time.
That's right.
All right. Okay. So
yeah,
without me realizing the time's gone an hour forward.
That's right.
yeah,
You
exactly.
slept right through it.
You should have had a little celebration, but you skipped it right by.
I don't.
I don't really give a shit.
No, that's the appropriate response.
I don't think we've paid enough attention to the sidebar as
I haven't been
Gorgeous
paying
George
any
would.
attention.
Cup of tea has an interesting thing. He says these fucktards have no authority to say shit to anyone. Thank you, Cup of Tea. I appreciate the.
Well,
I'm
what
not
is he
sure if
talking
he's-
about?
Is he talking about us? Usually he's.
Well,
not.
I mean, what else would we be?
I mean,
who
I
else would he be
certainly-
talking about?
I certainly respond to fucktard, but what am I needing authority to say something?
I don't know, but it's interesting. I thought it needed to be pointed out.
I'm sure he's right.
Wait,
like he
here we
always
go.
is,
Here's
so.
another one. I have a shed and a mouse lived there. I lifted the floor and saw a nest. My neighbor has expensive white designer cats that now stalk out my shed. Little shits. All right.
Okay.
He's bringing the heat tonight. That's one thing you can always count on Cup of Tea for.
Top shelf margaritas had me drink.
Wrong side of the road one afternoon. Okay. Tesla Rock's a guy you want to hang out with. He's a fun guy.
I'm not sure if he's talking about us. Maybe he is. I don't know.
Well, maybe he'll clarify that.
What other fucktards would we be talking about?
Yeah, we've been talking about like
like you said, we haven't followed the chat, so
it was 10:14. So that was only 5 minutes ago.
I think he's calling us all fucktards.
That's okay.
Which is an improvement of what a Cup of Tea has called me in the past.
Yeah,
so
it's
I got no problem with it. You guys might get offended.
No, it's probably nicer than I deserve. He's probably sparing my.
One understands the time warp.
Maybe a Cup of Tea can finally grow some balls and come in here and talk to us.
Oh, stop that!
He doesn't have to turn the cam on. He called into Hayden's show. There's probably 400, 500 people watching right now.
I'm going back in the chat here. This is how you thought they spelled Truman Capote's last name?
Come on, man.
Capote?
Capadai.
How could you not know what I was talking about? You just said Truman Capote, so how did you know I was talking about Truman Capote?
Because my lady right below you had it spelled correctly.
That's not correct. That's Capote.
Somebody was asking me about
that is how you spell it.
It is.
Somebody was asking me about this painting right here, and they were asking me who it was, and I was letting them know it was Philip Seymour Hoffman and his portrayal of Capote. What's Truman? Is that his first name? Truman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which that voice? I know he got accolades for that role he played, but I could not get through 5 minutes of that voice.
The total flamer.
Yeah. And he's got a really disturbing voice he uses throughout that whole movie.
Have you heard Truman Capote's real voice?
It is exactly.
I'm sure it's no. I can't get past it in real life either.
The female author who was his best buddy?
The female author?
Yeah, she wrote Capote's best buddy. She was a female author.
I'm trying to.
I think she might have.
He was gay, so that he wasn't he wasn't hitting on her.
No, she might have even been gay, double gay.
Yeah, he's
been gay.
Cup of Tea just clarified it. Yeah, he's calling us all fucktards.
Okay, that's fine.
What's her name? Harper Lee.
Harper Lee, that's it.
Yeah,
Harper Lee, that's right.
Yeah, there's an English actor. There's a film, wasn't there? Just a good few years back. It was played by an English. Capote was played by an English actor.
Cool.
I don't know his name now. But it was to do with a murder. Was it a famous murder?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So the film was just about that particular thing in his life. Yeah.
Cup of Tea. Speaking of, you can't turn away from things that you obviously hate. I know you never missed one of my live shows. You were probably the only one that never missed one of my live shows, and I've done a couple of them recently, and because Smokesteve can't make it on time or whatever. So please subscribe to the Aphilip YouTube channel, and you won't miss one of my live shows. So you won't be able to sit there and call me out.
What was that?
When do you go online and broadcast that then?
If Smokesteve can't do it, well, I used to on Live Leak. I used to do a live show all the time, but not all the time. But I would piggyback on the back end of the Live Leak show, which was Hayden's show back then before it was alt feed and trigger warning. Anyway, the Cup of Tea was the only person that I'm confident did not ever miss a single one of my shows. Even though
single word you ever
even though he couldn't, he just persistently told me how horrible I was. So he anyway, I just wanted to let him know. But anyway, now Smokesteve, when he can't make the show, he'll let us know that he's not going to be able to make it this week.
Over to you, yeah.
So it's it's just Aphid Lip on YouTube.
He doesn't use the alt feed channel, so you have to go to
exactly.
Aphid Lip's
So
YouTube
yeah,
channel.
it's on my own. It's hosted through. So if you tune this show in one week and it's not on, which happens once out of every 10 times probably, then I'll be hosting the same thing. Well, I'll throw in some fancy pictures over my shoulder and yuck it up for a little while first.
It's a real high quality production.
How do I find you then? What when you do your own show, and what do I need to do?
Well, you would have to subscribe to my YouTube channel under Aphid Lip.
Right. Under Aphid Lip, right? Okay, I'll do that.
So just go on YouTube and search Aphid Lip.
Turn on the notifications.
I guarantee that's why I picked the name Aphid Lip, because it's one of those names that there's not going to be anybody else that has anything close to.
I think we should all register YouTube channels as Aphid Lip just to troll
just to mess up my algorithms.
Yeah, great.
Also to get some of his hordes of followers on our channel for the podcast.
Oh man, I think I'm up to 36 or 37 now. So, and on Twitter, I think I'm into the 50s now. So,
I hardly ever see anything.
I haven't, since Trump left Twitter, it's been all crickets from Aphid Lip anymore.
Gee, he really.
All right.
Just like CNN when Trump's gone.
Right.
There's nothing to do anymore.
Well, I go on there and then either I see because I don't follow many people.
Right.
And the only people I follow are right-wing extremists and Hayden.
So right-wing
Hayden has a lot of stuff.
I know. I haven't seen anything Hayden's posted in a long time.
On Twitter?
I haven't been on Twitter in months. I don't know what I go through a face. Same thing with Facebook.
Hayden
I'm not on
posts
Facebook at all.
100 times a day on Twitter.
Does he? I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
I did notice on Twitter he changed his occupation to filmmaker, which is cool, but it wasn't that before, and I think it's good that this late in life it's safe to make a career change. I wish him all the best.
Well, he's making films.
I think he's doing great work.
I mean, he's making films, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish he would not forget his friends.
The way I look at it is,
I'm sorry, he's too famous now.
I know.
I mean, he got us all to move to Odyssey for 2 videos and never made another one.
No,
he's hobnobbing with big shot actors now.
Apparently,
I'm sorry.
The way I look at it is, he's moved on, and we carried the torch here, and
yeah, I wish him all the best.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. I get to use his shit for free.
I would think that he must be making a pretty penny off of that. What's that? The new live leak. What's it called?
Item fix.
Yeah, because there's got to be something funding his newfound career, unless he's found some investors or something. I don't want to talk out of school, and I'm not bashing on him by any chance. I really respect him.
He's won awards now, hasn't he, for his
film, but I mean, I'm not. Once again, I mean no disrespect whatsoever, but
yes, you do.
Look at the
don't
view.
Say it.
Look
don't
at the
say
view.
it.
I have on my personal YouTube account, which is not Aphid Lip. I have videos with more views than that video has.
You did say it, you bastard. You just can't resist.
But I mean, maybe it's hosted on a different video platform that has many more views.
Would you stop already? Is it the hole you're in deep enough?
I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just saying.
Stop disrespecting him.
Yeah.
I don't mean any disrespect, but 16 minutes of shite, as he would say.
No, I mean, hey, he doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Like I said, he's either got some investors or he's making a shit ton of money off of that item fix.
You're just gonna keep.
That's disrespectful.
He doesn't like it when you speculate on things like that.
I think that Hayden respects people being honest more than kissing his ass. I'll tell you that right now, because I've had personal conversations with him, and I know that for a fact.
I don't know any of
about any of that. Personally, I just think the guy is living his own life, and
yeah, if he's happy, I like I said, I wish him all the best. I don't have any personal feelings that like I'm not upset that he don't come in here or anything. I'm just kidding.
Neither am I.
I do got to pee real bad though.
Go right ahead.
Tesla rocks. I followed Belladonna for about a month and canceled my account.
Was that the Belladonna was? Well, I know that was the name of a porn star. I mean, she was all right. I mean, she was dirty. I'm not going to lie to you. She was a dirty girl, but not sure who Tesla's talking about.
But if you're following her on Twitter, you're in the wrong place.
Diane Pauley did I think it was a 2020 interview with a burgeoning porn star. I think that's the right word. And her name was Belladonna. She went on to become fairly famous. A real slut, but what a fucking whore.
Oh my God.
Sorry. I mean,
okay, so you're
Stern had I remember on the Stern show they were doing like a Stern trivia, and that was one of the questions, and I remember listening. I was like, Belladonna, I got that fucking shit, But
1 point for you.
One nasty biatch. Hey, what's going on, Aphid Lip?
Hey, what's happening?
He was
back
describing his respect for a certain actress.
Who?
She was all right. Belladonna.
Belladonna.
I don't know that.
Porn actress.
Right, guys, I'm gonna have to say good night now.
See you, Lee.
3:30.
Thank you.
In my typical
Great
British style. How many are there of you? 4. Right. So good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Have a good week,
night.
and I'll speak to you soon. All right.
These Brits and saying goodbye. Can you believe that shit?
So this is how I do it.
I wish they'd just leave already.
Yeah, I'll go. Bye.
See ya.
Wow, it's down to us 3.
That was weird.
We lost the UK contingent. I think they're
now the Brits say goodbye too quickly. Before it was too drawn out, so it's like they can't go from one extreme to just being cool. They have to go all the way. They both fucking X'd it out.
Smokesteve 4:30, and not even slightly faded this week.
What'd you say? 4:30?
4 hours.
4 hours and 30 minutes.
All right. Yeah. Pretty good, huh? Pretty good.
Pretty
well done.
Good.
And I think Smokesteve's wife is still hanging around too.
Yeah, the kid went.
The whole fam is hanging on.
How about you? Is Aphid Lip White hanging around?
Well, it's 9:30 here. Yeah, my son went to see. Just got back a little while ago. I heard him get home. He went to see
movie.
Uncharted movie. It's like based after a video game with my
movie based on a video game, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He went with some buddies or something?
No, some fam. My brother-in-law and my niece went to go see it.
So that's a movie based on a video game? What the hell is that?
It's a PlayStation 3 or PlayStation exclusive title called Uncharted.
This would probably not be my first choice, but
yeah,
it's not meant for me either.
My son's a big video game kid, so
So they made like a kind of an epic about the video game, sort of.
Apparently, I guess I'll talk to him
story out of it.
when I go upstairs.
That's cool.
Yeah, last night it's been a fun weekend. Last night I told you guys that I'm not a practicing Catholic, but I celebrate Lent. So last night we went to a fish fry at a Catholic church, which was good. And then today we went and celebrated my lovely wife's birthday at the Mexican restaurant. And tonight he got to go to the
what kind of fish did you eat?
Well, we can't chance it with because he can't have egg and he can't have corn, and we don't know what oil they use. So this place I looked up. There's a map, luckily, which I'm sure you guys probably have the same thing if you found it in your area. But it'll be a map of all the fish fries in the area, and you click on the dot, and it tells you what they have. And this one had baked tilapia, barbecued salmon, and grilled shrimp. So we knew we could have that safely. So we went there. And it was by a mall. He loves going to this mall for some reason. We don't really do any shopping there. We just like walk the mall, you know.
Yeah. Well,
but it's like he's 12, and every great once in a while he's like, let's go to he calls it the Dove Mall because they expanded it, many years ago when I was a kid. It had this Dove. It's called the West County Mall. I don't know what the reference to the Dove is, but it's called the Dove Mall. So we went there, and it's a big one. It's probably the biggest one in St. Louis. So we walked the mall.
I never liked malls because there was mostly women's stores. And so
this one has a Lego store. It has a Zoomies, which is like a kind of skateboard clothing related store. It has a Vans store, and he really likes it has the Dick's Sporting Goods, which since he's been a little kid, he's loved saying the name Dick's.
Sure, I do too. Right. I'm not a little kid anymore.
And
Dick's,
and they also have a video game resale shop called V-Stock, which it's cool because you get like a game for $5.
Hey, good night, Mr. Kelsey.
Mr. Kelsey.
That's pretty cool. I like it. He likes to go,
Yeah, so we walked and then we So yeah, we did the.
Do they still have like Brookstone and shit with like?
No, and I was telling my wife last night. I was like, they don't have.
That's a cool store.
Yeah, it was. It was cool. Spencer Gifts. I think they might have I don't think this mall. Some malls still have Spencer Gifts, but I don't think this mall still has one. You can still, you can go see the fart machine where you can push the different buttons for the different farts.
I mean, if that's all we have, like
lava lamps.
Yeah, back in the day, it was like massage chairs and all kinds.
Yeah,
of
there was another store that was like Brookstone. I can't think of the name of it, but it was similar. It had different unique gifts like that. Those places aren't there anymore.
There was that
Sharper Image. That was
Sharper Image was good.
Yeah.
There was another rare store that I feel like you went in and they had like, you could buy like the crystal rocks that you would bang open with a hammer to find out like what was inside and shit. Is that like
Geonites? What are those called?
Yeah, maybe it was the Smithsonian store. I'm not quite sure.
They had a Discovery Channel store.
Discovery
Yeah.
store. Yeah.
And you'd think you were going to get this great jewel inside the thing. Most of the time, it was just a tiny little fucking thing. But in the advertising, the picture showed like this perfect geode that was cut
right
across.
But it never turned out that way.
Crystals never worked out that way.
It's funny. My cousin, he's passed away now, but when his dying wish was he gave his coin collection to split up between my son and my niece, or my cousin's daughter, whatever she would be. Anyway, tonight my mom presented my son with cash out from that thing. And one of the coins was a 1804 like $50 or something. Wow. And it was my mom's best friend. She's like 76 or 77. She works at my actual business bank. And they were so excited because they like looked it up, and it was like several $100,000 or something for this coin. Don't get too excited, but it clearly says on the back side of it. It says it's like I think it might be the eagle, like with a shield or something, and it says
double eagle.
Yeah, it says copy in the center of it.
Oh.
But my mom's friend was convinced that this was like this was gonna pay for his college fund.
Yeah.
And so she joked around with she knew because she had taken all these coins to a coin local coin shop place and got them all praised or whatever. So she knew, he looked through it all and was like, no, this is all crap, It was $200 worth of crap. So
I'll give you one real coin for all these.
200, yeah. I mean,
$200 worth. So he got $100. It was split between them.
That's not bad
for a 12-year-old. It was like he's stoked. I'm sure.
Right, those old Kennedy $50, they're worth like maybe 3 to 5. So that's something like stuff like that. It's not like you're going to get totally rich on it, but that stuff's only going to go up as it, as the time creates a longer gap. It's just is what it is.
Some of those are about my age.
Right, the Kennedy $50.
Right.
So that would have been like early to mid 60s.
Right. After he died, so it would have been after 1963, and I was born in 62, so they are older. They're a little younger than me, but
right.
My mom tried to pull a fast one over on my son, and she's like, look it up, see what it, he's got his phone, he's looking up. He's like, well, this one's a copy, it's only worth like $25 or whatever. And she's like, she thought he would fall for it and be like, oh my gosh, Grandma, it's worth like $100,000.
I should probably get my baseball card collection. See if there's anything valuable in there.
I still got one too.
From when I was a kid.
Yours are probably from like what, the 20s?
If I remember correctly, it was the 60s.
They were on stone.
Yes.
Do you have like any Jackies in there?
It's all busts by and Michelangelo.
Any Jackie Robinsons?
No. Jackie was dead by the time I was. No, but I do have a Hank Aaron.
Ooh.
Nice Hank Aaron card that came. I think it came in a cereal box. It wasn't normal bubble gum.
Sometimes those are worth a lot too.
It was a larger
small
card.
number of them.
Larger card.
Yeah.
I don't like the sounds of that.
I mean, it depends how rare it is, right? I mean,
that's right. Sometimes those
it has to be the standard size for a baseball card.
No,
well,
I mean, there's oddball things that people collect.
The ones that are worth the most are going to be that. But still, if you have one that's a rare, like cereal giveaway or something, they still can be worth a pretty penny.
Yeah. It's true. It's all about the rarity.
We're talking about like $3,000 or $4,000, not like
I think I have a rookie Barry Bonds card. That's how old we're talking.
That's money.
It's a shame that he juiced.
No, rookie Bobby Bonds card. His father.
Bobby Bonds.
Right.
Is it? Are we talking Tops, Fleer? What?
Tops. It would be Tops.
Tops is a good brand.
Yeah.
That's good.
He's got more respect than his son.
Yeah.
It's a shame because his son was naturally more talented than his father was.
Well, unnaturally, some might argue.
Oh,
no, naturally he was. He just ruined his legacy by taking steroids. But I mean, everybody else was too. So if you're in that position, you almost can't blame him.
Quite as bad though as Barry, who just like everything grew to like his head grew.
Oh my god!
Sizes.
Yeah, they said his hat size was like like unbelievably exploded after he started doing steroids.
If eating steroids were a sport, Barry Bonds would be in the Hall of Fame.
It's a shame because we had living here in St. Louis, we had the whole Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, couple summers that were they were really cool. And I remember the local he's still the sports guy here on our NBC affiliate, and he was saying how disappointed he was, and he ripped the pictures off of his son's wall and everything. My first thing is who didn't look at
everybody
them? And I mean, come on.
And certainly everybody in the sport. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
He's the NBC affiliate #1 head sports guy. He has been for 30 years now in St. Louis. He knew.
They knew.
And on top of that, he had said, because this was on the radio show that he also hosts, that his son had a poster of a WWE or F or whatever it was back then star on his wall, and I'm thinking, what? How can you with a straight face, complain about one sport, being totally okay with juicing, and then another sport not. I'm not saying that the baseball stars should have been juicing. I think it ruined the sport. But just the hypocrisy of the whole thing humored me.
I thought you were going to say he should have known that wrestling was fake.
No, but just the fact that his son has a poster of some obviously juiced WWE star on his, and he tears down the one standing right next to it that's a baseball star that breaks the holy grail because he took steroids.
I guess there are people that are that naive, but I don't really believe they make it up to be in the broadcast booth of a sports team.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he's naive either. I think he was just making a show for the...
Yeah.
Seemingly. I would say I agree.
I believe Barry Bonds no longer is eligible for the Hall of Fame. I think this was his last year.
Well, then...
under normal rules.
So I wonder if Mark McGwire is as well.
I think the same deal with him.
I mean, they're neither one of them are, just like Pete Rose, they're never going to make it.
Yeah, I think Pete Rose will make it.
Do you think?
The other guys? Yeah.
Well, how is Pete Rose still eligible if Barry Bonds isn't?
No, it'd have to be a special rule for Pete Rose.
Right. So because
I think it comes down to the commissioner. I could be wrong, but I think it comes to the commissioner.
So,
I mean, you can't. I can't imagine the Hall of Fame without Pete Rose because he's really one of the top 5 players in the history of baseball. So, if there were a Hall of Fame for the Hall of Fame, he would be in that.
Right. Yeah, sure? And it's not about his playing ability that he's under question for.
Because
Mr. Hustle.
Charlie Hustle. Yep. Which apparently he got that name not because he hustled a lot, but because he was always running a hustle.
Yeah, he was
in the clubhouse, right. Betting on things.
Oh no! So it wasn't because he ran the bases fast.
No,
that's funny. I like it. So then he shouldn't make it because he's a fucking shyster.
Well, he's, he is what he is. He gambled on baseball, but
there just comes to a point where, like, is it your physical ability and what you accomplish in the sport, or is it your off time and what you did behind the scenes? And right. In sports, I don't know, where that line should be drawn.
I don't know what to say. I just think his name somehow should be there. You could put him in a special section of shameful Hall of Famers,
right?
Where he's just one guy in there, but he's a critical person in the history of baseball. The Hall of Fame should.
Something that wasn't covered was what's he saying there?
Oh, Roger Clemens. That was terrible. He was better when he was 40 than he was when he was 25.
The Giambi, the lesser known Giambi, committed suicide this past year, and
Jason.
Yeah, it was like not even. I didn't even
Jeremy.
hear.
Jeremy or Jason?
I think it was Jeremy. I think Jason
was the lesser Giambi. I think.
Yeah. But anyway, like it wasn't. Nobody even. I didn't even hear about it. I just came across it somehow.
I heard about it.
But he committed suicide.
Yeah.
Sad. Poor guy. Had some serious demons. Well, fellas, what do you think?
I think this is a good pause to shut her off.
I think so too.
It's been a great night.
It has been.
Always is, Smokesteve.
Appreciate
You're such a gracious host.
You are.
Always glad. You guys are always great. I'm going to go ahead and remove you individually from the stream. Aphid, we'll see you later, buddy. And that was a fine pub we had tonight. Really appreciate everybody. Come back next week. We'll be here. Later. Oh, wait, Last Dance is back. Well, if anyone wants to come back to hang out here, I'll give it a few seconds. Say, and Last Dance is gone. Okay. All right. So I can always keep it going offline. And nobody's coming back. Later.